The future endeavor of my ministry, which is reflected in the new name, i.e. the Ministry of Food Industry, Commodity and Regional Development, MFICOP, will focus on commercializing the agriculture sector through greater collaboration with global, domestic, and community partnership, driven by data and innovation. In this regard, my ministry, together with Economic Planning Unit, EPU, Sarawak, is coming up with a comprehensive agro-food industry master plan that will chart the future direction of the agro-food sector. This is to ensure that there's a proper synergy and alignment of our plan with that of regional development agencies to develop our agro-food industry. I am also very grateful to the various regional development agencies such as HDA, NRDA, IRSDA, and SADA for allocating substantial funds for the development of the agriculture component in their respective regions. The Sarawak 2023 budget for my ministry will be complemented by the federal funding, of which the amount can be only ascertained after the Supply Budget Bill 2023 is passed by the new federal government. Performance of key focus areas in agriculture sector. Tuan Speaker, now I would like to share on the performance of the major initiative on our key focus areas that have been implemented by my ministry 2022. Number one is on food security. Ensuring food security is of critical importance to ensure our beloved Sarawak will not experience food shortages. My ministry is taking every step that is required to develop a more resilient agriculture ecosystem to address the issue of food security. I would like to report on the performance of the key initiatives to ensure Sarawak has sufficient and affordable food supply. Number one, paddy and rice industry. Rice is our staple food, and our current annual domestic production can only meet 38% of Sarawak requirement. In order to meet our rice demand, Sarawak had to import 146,000 metric tons of rice in the year 2021, valued at ringgit Malaysia 387 million. However, to avoid unexpected shortage of rice supply in the global market, BRNAS, B-R-E-N-A-S, keeps 200,000 metric tons of rice as a stockpile and another 20,000 metric tons as a trading stock, which could sustain 5 months supply. Since monthly commercial demand in of rice in Sarawak is estimated at about 10,000 metric tons. As a long-term solution, my ministry has taken major initiatives to reduce our over-reliance on imported rice. Among those key initiatives to boost rice production that have been taken by the various departments and agencies under my ministry include: 1. Rehabilitating and upgrading of infrastructure in the paddy production areas. That is, the total area that is suitable for paddy cultivation in Sarawak is estimated about 150,000 hectares, including more than 200 DID schemes and other agriculture production areas. However, majority of these areas are either lacking of farm infrastructure or in dilapidated condition. Due to the poor condition of the infrastructure in most of these areas, the farmers have either left their land idle or planted other lucrative crops such as oil palm. As a result, the total size of land that is currently cultivated with paddy has significantly reduced to about 83,000 hectares in the year 2021. So to develop a conducive environment for paddy production and to avoid further reduction of paddy land size, the Department of Irrigation and Drainage Sarawak, DID, is currently rehabilitating 2 existing DID schemes. These include Tanjung Purum scheme and Kampung Pueh scheme, which cover an area of 200 hectares, and with cost of 3.8 ringgit Malaysia million under 12 Malaysia Plan. Another project that has been approved for infrastructure upgrading by DID Sarawak is the rehabilitation of Mid Sadong 1 scheme with a cost of ringgit Malaysia 30 million, involving more than 500 hectares. It is at the planning stage. In this scheme, about 100 hectares at Kampung Lubuk Pungo will be devoted for cultivation of specialty rice called biris. The development of this project is scheduled to commence in the first quarter of next year. In addition, a total of 90 hectares of existing paddy area in Lebur, Siaran Division will also be rehabilitated by the Department of Agriculture Sarawak, of which to date 30 hectares have been developed. Another area at Abok Pantuk in Sri Aman Division, which covers an area of 120 hectares, is also being planned for upgrading under 12 Malaysia Plan. 2. Developing new areas for paddy cultivation. New areas that have been approved for irrigated paddy cultivation project include 80 hectares at Kampung Mujat in Siaran Division, with a cost of ringgit Malaysia 4.5 million. The tender for this project is expected to be called next year. And apart from Kampung Mujat, another area that's been identified as a potential new area for large-scale paddy cultivation is at Selepung Panggil and Sri Aman Division. This project will be developed by phases and will begin with an initial size of 600 hectares. And once completed, this project has the potential to produce double cropping of 5,400 metric tons of paddy annually. Under Batang Lupa Rice Granary Project that is developed by Integrated Agriculture Development Area, IADA, Batang Lupa, the development of major infrastructures at Lingga Banting is progressing well. This project is expected to be completed in the first quarter of 2024 with a total cost of ringgit Malaysia 102.5 million. Once completed, the development of these 920 hectares is expected to produce double cropping of 7,400 metric tons of paddy annually. Third, other major initiatives for paddy and rice industry development. Public-Private Community Partnership, PPCP. To stimulate the development of paddy industry in Sarawak, my ministry has invited private sector to invest and participate in large-scale paddy cultivation. Following the introduction of smart large-scale paddy planting model smart, they call it sawah berskala besar, by the federal government in the year 2021, my ministry will extend and introduce this model in Sarawak for greater private sector and community participation in the whole or parts of the paddy and rice industry supply chain. Under this initiative, 2 major companies have shown their interest to be smart SBB players in Sarawak. B. Farm mechanization and automation. To improve the efficiency and increase the productivity and to attract greater youth participation, the adoption of mechanization and automation is imperative. In this regard, several Pertubuhan Peladang Kawasan (PPK) are currently providing farm mechanization services to their members and other farmers. Under this initiative, the government through the Department of Agriculture Sarawak has distributed 14 units of tractors and 25 units of harvesters with a total cost of ringgit Malaysia 6.54 million over the last 4 years. In addition, 1 unit of paddy drying machine has been installed in Tanjung Purung, Lunduk in early 2022. With the availability of a drying machine, farmers will be able to dry their paddy immediately after harvesting without being interrupted by wet weather. C. Producing a quality paddy seed. To achieve a higher yield and quality, farmers are encouraged to use quality paddy seeds. For this purpose, The Department of Agriculture Sarawak has established 46 hectare permanent seed farm at Stumbit in Sriaman Division. In the year 2022, the Department of Agriculture Sarawak has produced 42 metric tons of quality paddy seed, and these seeds were distributed to about 1,500 farmers and private companies for cultivation. Number 2, beef and dairy products. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second key initiative under the food security is the development of beef and dairy products. Currently, the self-sufficiency level SSL for beef and mutton is 12% and 5.5% respectively. The population of cattle and buffalo in Sarawak is estimated at about 17,000 and 7,300 heads respectively, while the population of goat and sheep is 14,000 heads. Among the various initiatives that have been implemented by my ministry through the Department of Veterinary Services Sarawak, DVSS, include distributing cattle to oil palm plantation and smallholders under power scheme, as well as under the sale of livestock SOL program. In the year 2022, about 507 heads of cattle and 241 heads of buffaloes have been imported from Australia to support the implementation of this program. Cattle integration under oil palm, which has been implemented since May 2000, will be continued to optimize the utilization of oil palm estate available in Sarawak. There are around 1.6 million hectares of oil palm estates in Sarawak. At present, only about 100,000 hectares out of then 600 hectares that are suitable for cattle integration have been utilized. The suitable oil palm land can accommodate 150,000 heads of cattle. Under the post-COVID-19 Development Strategy 2030 aspiration, my ministry has set a target of 25% SSL, self-sufficiency level, for beef and mutton to be achieved by the year 2030. And to achieve this target, a standing population of around 60,000 heads of beef cattle and 20,000 heads of buffalo and 215,000 heads of sheep and goats are required. For fresh milk requirement, Sarawak has successfully increased the self-sufficiency level for fresh milk from merely 1% in the year 2016 to 25% currently. This is largely due to the establishment of private modern dairy farming in 2016 at Kampung Panco, Siaran, with dairy cattle population of 250 heads for milking cow. 2. Increasing food export value. Mr. Speaker, besides food security, my ministry is also committed to advance the development of the agricultural sector to generate export revenue in line with Sarawak's government aspiration to establish Sarawak as a net food exporter by the year 2030. In this regard, my ministry has identified key agricultural sub-sectors that have the potential to become the export earner sector. Among the key initiatives are 1, food crops industry development. My ministry has identified a few major food crops, namely durian, pineapple, coconut, banana. 4, and highly valued vegetable to be commercially developed due to the high global and domestic market demands. Under the 12 national plan, the Department of Agriculture has been allocated a total of 22 million ringgit Malaysia to expand the production of area of these crops. To date, 250 hectares of durian, 330 hectares of banana, 40 hectares of pineapple, 750 hectares of coconut has been established. To further increase the production areas for these promoted crops, my ministry is actively pursuing the development of agropark. An agropark is a designated area of intensive contiguous land developed and subdivided into plots for permanent agricultural products. The park will be equipped with basic infrastructure and utilities for use for an anchor company, group of farmers and a group of entrepreneurs that integrate all facets of value chain. An agency under my ministry will be appointed as a special purpose vehicle based on the framework of tripartite partnership, involving government, the farmers, and the investor, who will also act as a marketing entity. Tan Sri Dr. Speaker, to date, 3 agro-park projects, namely Sungai Baji, Parit Bugis in Serikay Division, and Asajaya in Samaran Division, are being developed under various stages for implementation. In 2023, an allocation of ringgit Malaysia 14.8 million will be provided to complete the farming facilities at Sungai Baji Agro Park, and for the preliminary works at Parit Bugis and Asajaya Agro Park. My ministry has also been allocated a sum of ringgit Malaysia 3.3 million in the year 2023 to develop 3 new areas, namely Berbuling and Lubuk Tamang in Betong Division, Semanggang in Siaman Division, and in addition to my ministry has also identified 4 potential areas, namely Lubuk Ipui, Lubuk Terengas, and Gedung Semelatung in Semaran Division, and 1 at Mulu Division. Meanwhile, the development of agricultural infrastructure in the food basket region, which covers Betong, Serikay, Muka Division, are being implemented in various stages by the DID Sarawak. As of October 2022, out of 12 projects that have been implemented, 3 have been completed, while another 3 are in construction stage, and 6 are still design stage. In addition, to increase the agro-food production area, a sum of ringgit Malaysia 30 million has been also been approved for the proposed development of drainage and irrigation infrastructure at Sungai Elas Sabena, Block A3 in Serikay Division. An initial allocation of ringgit Malaysia 800,000 ringgit will be disbursed in the year 2023. Second, permanent food production area, or so-called Taman Kekal Pengelolaan Makanan Development Program. This is through the Federal Ministry. Apart from the above-mentioned project, my ministry is also actively expanding the designated food production zone. Under the 2M Malaysia Plan, my ministry has proposed to develop 3 new TKPM, Taman Kekal Pengelolaan Makanan, with an allocation of ringgit Malaysia 5.0 million, in addition to 7 TKPM that were developed under 11 MP. The 3 new locations are the expansion of Kubung Phase 2 in Limbang, Sungai Sibiu in Bintulu, and Tunoh in Kapit. The estimated area of 3 sites is 50 hectares, which is expected to be participated by more than 20 farmers. Third one, Precision Farming Program, Development Program. Tan Sri Dr. Speaker, the development of precision farming is a strategy to improve production, productivity, and efficiency for high-level agro-food. This concept of food production area will be equipped with precise and modern agricultural facilities, such as automated machine and IoT Internet of Things, which are the important elements in the increasing crops production productivity, of course the yield. It focuses on the production of commercial and high-value crops such as chili, tomato, golden melon, shallot, and also ginger. To date, my ministry has identified 3 sites to be developed as a precision farming park, involving 3 divisions in Sarawak, namely Kuching, Bintulu, and Miri. And for this purpose, government has allocated a total of ringgit Malaysia 90 million, and the project is expected to commence in the year 2023, with an allocation of ringgit Malaysia 21 million. This program is expected to attract greater youth and private sector involvement. Number 4, development of Sarawak Agro-Technological or Technology Park, SATEC. 2 Technology Park has been established under 12 Malaysia Plan, located in Semenggok, Kuching, and Tarat in Siaran Division. In this regards, the Sarawak government has approved an allocation of ringgit Malaysia 108 million, of which ringgit Malaysia 5 million will be disbursed in 2023 for the preliminary works. The development of SARTEC, SARTEC, in these two areas is expected to attract global technology-based agriculture-related firms toward transforming Sarawak agriculture sector into a technology-driven and sustainable sector. Number 5, agro-food development belt. To capitalize on the huge potential of local high-value food crops and fisheries, my ministry plans to establish a designated production area focusing on developing the whole supply chain of the selected agricultural product. These areas including 1, the Dabai Belt, and Umpurau Belt covering Kanawit, Song and Kapit district, as one of the Ali and Berhmat is quite interested in. And as well as Tapah Belt in Kemenang, Bintulu. And maybe another one, Coffee Belt. There's so many belts here. Coffee Belt in Bau Padawan district. So I just want to create some interest here for us to develop new ways of new approach into a proper high quality, high value crops. Aquaculture and fisheries industry development. Tan Sri Thomas Speaker, apart from food crops industry, the other focus of export earner sector is the aquaculture and fisheries industry. In the year 2021, Sarawak produced 155,600 metric tons, worth about 1.08 billion of fisheries produced from capture fisheries and aquaculture industry. This represents an increase of 11% to ringgit Malaysia 120 million from 2020. The overall fisheries production in predominantly contributed by sea capture fisheries with 138 and 900,000 metric ton and valued at 807.64 million ringgit. The aquaculture industry contributed only about 16,100 metric ton, valued at ringgit Malaysia 250.63 million, while inland capture fisheries contributed 667 metric ton, valued at 22 million ringgit. To date, there are 10,473 licensed sea fishermen and 4,879 vessels in Sarawak, consisting of fishermen in Zone A, B, C, and C2. For inland fisheries, currently there are about 1,647 fishermen and 4,302 aquaculture farmers involving freshwater and saltwater farm cultures and registered under DOA, Department of Agriculture, Sarawak. In relation to this, I would like to thank the GPS government for successfully negotiating with the federal government to empower my ministry with authority to issue deep sea fishing, vessel license, and permit under MA63 agreement. This empowerment will pave the way for my ministry to establish the Department of Fisheries Sarawak to spearhead the development of both inland and marine fisheries industry. To harness the vast water bodies in Sarawak, such as a hydro dam, lakes, and large network of rivers, Sarawak government will continue to develop the inland fisheries as they are the contributor to food export value. Under 2M Malaysia Plan, Department of Agriculture Sarawak has been allocated a sum of ringgit Malaysia 4.0 million for the development of aquaculture projects involving smallholders and semi-commercial aquaculture industry players development. In the year 2023, a sum of ringgit Malaysia 1.2 million has been allocated to implement various aquaculture and inland fisheries projects, in addition to a sum of 300,000 ringgit Malaysia that was disbursed in the year 2022, which involved 19 aquaculture entrepreneurs and 85 tagang projects throughout Sarawak. Number 7, Development of Aquaculture Industrial Zone, AIZ. To date, a total of 1,422 hectares had been gazetted for Aquaculture Industrial Zone, AIZ, which includes Rambungan Lobasto, Sunda Awat-Awat, and also Batangai. Under 11 Malaysia Plan, the Department of Agriculture Sarawak has developed 40 new cage culture farmers for red tilapia at AIZ Batangai and 30 new cage culture farmers at AIZ Sunda Awat-Awat for sea-based rearing. In the year 2021 and 2022, AIZ Batangai has produced 1,081 metric ton worth ringgit Malaysia 14.9 million, while AIZ Sunda Awat-Awat produced 62.3 metric ton valued at 1.5 million ringgit. In the year 2022, a sum of ringgit Malaysia 2.99 million has been spent to assist in providing cages, feed, fry, and also other related inputs to the 15 enterprising farmers at AIZ Batangai, Lobuan 2. It is expected that the production of tilapia in Batangai will increase significantly. The development of fisheries sector is further enhanced with the involvement of Pertubuhan Peladang Negeri Sarawak, PPNS. PPNS has recently formed a joint venture company with a local private company to develop 268 hectares of land in Rambungan, AIZ, for a commercial shrimp farming. The Sarawak government has also approved a sum of ringgit Malaysia 52 million to LCDA Agribusiness Sdn Bhd for the development and upgrading of infrastructure and facilities at Lobasto Aquaculture Park, Rambungan in Kuching, to bolster the production of fisheries. The works are expected to commence in 2023, and once completed, it is expected to attract more investors to venture into high-value shrimp farming. Tan Sri Dr. Ahmad Speaker, currently Sarawak is exporting ringgit Malaysia 400 million worth of shrimp and is targeted to reach 1 billion by the year 2030. To boost the development of fisheries industry, my ministry is in the process of identifying other suitable areas to harness the vast land resource along Sarawak coastline. Approximately 7,000 hectares of land is required to achieve this target. The initiative is aimed to increase the export value of aquaculture producers that through mass production of popular aquaculture commodities such as shrimp, tilapia, and sea bass. Number 8, poultry and swine industry development. Tan Sri Dr. Ahmad Speaker, besides food crops and fisheries industry, the poultry and swine industries are another agriculture subsector that have been potential to be developed as a major source of export revenue. Currently, Sarawak is self-sufficient in poultry with 100% SSL for eggs and 90% of SSL for poultry broilers. There are 311 licensed poultry farms in Sarawak, consisting of 264 broilers farms and 37 layer farms and 10 poultry breeder farms. The current production of poultry broiler is 1,300 metric ton per month, while the current average production of eggs is 55 million pieces per month. In view of the rising demand of poultry producers domestically as well as from the neighboring countries, particularly with the proposed relocation of Indonesia capital to Kalimantan, Sarawak government will continue to develop the poultry industry to establish Sarawak as the main producer of poultry products in this region. Tan Sri Dr. Ahmad Speaker, the supply of porkers in Sarawak is surplus and will continue to be exported mainly to Singapore, Brunei Darussalam, and Kalimantan. The porkers are being exported from the certified MyGap anchor farm at the big farming area PFA Pasir Putih Semunjan, and the pork products from our veterinary health mark VHM accredited abattoir and processing plant also at Pasir Putih Semunjan. As of mid-November 2022, a total of 110,200 porkers were with an estimated value of 107.6 million ringgit Malaysia was shipped to Singapore. Another 1,500 kilograms of pork are transported overland to Brunei Darussalam and Kalimantan on a daily basis, and this constitutes a yearly income of around ringgit Malaysia 13.5 million. To exploit the huge potential of swine industry, Sarawak government has approved an allocation of ringgit 27 million to establish 2 more big farm area, PFA, pig farm area, at Selangau in Sibu Division and Samarakan in Bintulu Division. To date, the site for Selangau PFA has been approved and it is at the final stage of acquiring the land, while Samarakan PFA is at the preliminary planning stage. To intensify the livestock industry in Sarawak, my ministry has undertaken strategic initiatives, including the privatization of livestock stations. Up to now, 3 livestock stations have been privatized for commercial ruminant farming involving breeding and also fattening purposes. The first livestock station that was privatized is Tumuduk Station, Seri Aman, for commercial breeding of sheep and goat, and this is followed by Karambungan Station in Miri and Maragang Station in Limbang for commercial production of cattle and buffalo, respectively. The private firms that have been appointed as operator for this station are expected to begin the development of infrastructure and facilities works in the early 2023. Thank you, Speaker. The Sarawak government has also approved a total of ringgit 12 million for SL Sakra, Sarawak Land Conservation and Rehabilitation Authority, to enhance their cattle oil palm integration program by establishing breeding and fattening center. To date, Sakra has established 1 cattle breeding and fattening center at Siaran, while the construction of another 2 centers located in Bau and Betong are expected to commence by 2nd quarter of next year. These breeding and fattening centers will adopt an integrated semi-intensive breeding system integrated with oil palm estate, and the 3 projects are expected to be fully completed in early 2025 and targeted to produce more than 2,000 calves annually. Number 9, agro-food processing industry. Thank you, Speaker. Another highly potential source of export revenue in the food crops industry is the agro-food and downstream industry. The Sarawak government, through the Department of Agriculture, has been actively involved in the development of agro-food entrepreneurs in Sarawak. In the year 2022, DOA Sarawak has been allocated with a total sum of 300,000 and ringgit Malaysia and also ringgit Malaysia 1.0 million respectively for the implementation of agri-food product development program and agri-food entrepreneurs program development program, both of which have benefited an accumulated total of more than 500 participants and generated a total sale of ringgit Malaysia 2.3 million. DOA Sarawak is also aggressively promoting quality accreditation such as Good Manufacturing Practices GMP, Halal Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point HACCP, and Makanan Selamat Tanggungjawab Industry MESTI, and currently a total 12 entrepreneurs are undergoing their training. Number 10, strengthening agriculture value chain. Thank you, Speaker. To ensure a complete agriculture supply chain, my ministry will continue to strengthen the development of various marketing infrastructure and facilities. In this regard, my ministry, under the public-private and community partnership model, will actively pursue the collaboration and with private companies who possess technology, management skill, expertise, capital, and most importantly, ready access market domestically and also internationally. At the heart of this partnership model is the establishment of wholesale market, collection, processing, and packaging center, CPPC, and agro-food terminal to increase the marketing efficiency of agricultural produce and products. Wholesale market, Pasar Burung. The upgrading works for the first wholesale market located at Kota Semarahan Industrial Park is nearing completion, and Pertubuhan Peladang Negeri Sarawak PPNS has been appointed to operate the facility. Once completed, the Semarahan wholesale market will serve the farmers in the surrounding areas by the tenant wholesalers that have been identified. B, Collection, Processing and Packaging Center, CPPC. The collection, Processing and Packaging Center is another marketing facility equipped with modern processing facilities that fulfill the required certification requirement, including GMP, Good Manufacturing Practices, Hazard Analysis Control, Critical Control Point, HACCP, and halal certification for export purposes. In the year 2022, a sum of ringgit Malaysia 8.8 million has been allocated for implementation of CPPC. C. Agro-Food Terminal. Apart from CPPC development project, my ministry is also planning to set up an agro-food terminal in major agricultural production region. This initiative is to further enhance the marketing infrastructure and market access for agricultural producers and products. The agro-food terminals are designated as food trading hubs for the collection and wholesale of agriculture producers. Government has approved a sum of ringgit Malaysia 60 million to build a regional agro-food terminal at Semenggok, and ringgit Malaysia 3.5 million will be allocated for preliminary works in the year 2023. In addition, my ministry is also planning to develop another 2 regional agro-food terminals in Bobuling, Sepau, and Sungai Baji, Serike, and 3 other smaller scale agro-food terminals located in Lundu, Lachau, and Kapit. The commencement of the construction of these 3 agro-food terminals are in planning stage. Number 11, Sarawak Agro Fund. Tan Sri Thomas Speaker, under 12 Malaysia Plan, the Sarawak government has approved an allocation of ringgit Malaysia 50 million to increase the capital of Sarawak Agro Fund to stimulate the growth of agro-food industry. My ministry has received an overwhelming response for this fund in the agro-food sectors that include aquaculture, poultry, ruminant, and food crops such as coconut, pineapple, banana, high-value fruits, and vegetables, as well as the food processing industry. As at October 2022, a total of 41 commercial farmers and industry players had benefited from both the grant and loans, amounted to a committed sum of ringgit Malaysia 68 million. Next will be a key focus area number 3, commodity crops industry development. Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Thomas Speaker, I would now like to report on the performance of major commodity sectors. Number 1, oil palm industry. Sarawak has the largest oil palm cultivation area in Malaysia, with a total planted area of 1.606261 hectare, I mean 1.6 million hectare, of 28% of total oil palm planted area in Malaysia in the year 2021. The oil palm sector in Sarawak is dominated by the plantation sector, which accounted for 85.3%, or 1.37 million hectare of the total oil palm area. Meanwhile, a total of 41,443 registered oil palm smallholders with a total of 236,629 hectares were recorded in the year 2021. In terms of export, palm oil is the second largest contributor to Sarawak export after LNG, liquefied natural gas, contributing to 14.7%, or in ringgit is 15 billion in the year 2021. The Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil MSPO certification scheme. Up to now, a total of 757 estates with an area of 1.41 million hectares in Sarawak have been certified under MSPO certification. In October 2022, as of October 2022, 43,019 or 96.2% smallholders with an estimated total area of 241,000 hectares have been registered for certification under 32 Sustainable Palm Oil Cluster SPOC. Out of this total, 35,956 or 80.4% smallholders had been certified. Next will be rubber industry. Sarawak rubber production has decreased marginally from 51,000 more or less metric ton in 2020 to 50,000 metric ton in 2021. Sarawak rubber export for the year 2021 was valued at 75.9 million ringgit. This value was way below the national export achievement, of which was recorded at ringgit Malaysia 81.09 billion in the same year. This value represents 6.5% of the total national export of rubber. This shows that rubber is not a sunset industry. Rubber industry in Sarawak has not been fully developed, particularly in the downstream segment. In West Malaysia, latex-based product export contributed about 90% by downstream segment. The establishment of Sarawak Rubber Industry Board, SARIB, early this year was indeed timely and a right move by Sarawak government to navigate the rubber industry to harness its full potential. In 2021, the paper industry, in 2021, paper contributed about ringgit Malaysia 2.2 billion or 0.2% of the national GDP. From that contribution, more than 90% was contributed by paper from Sarawak. Paper yield has improved from 4.4 metric ton per hectare to 6.4 metric ton per hectare over the years from 2010 to 2020. This was driven by various research and development activities, which focusing more on effective ways of planting and maintaining paper farms, as well as endless support from the government in terms of financial, knowledge, and technological assistance for the farmers in ensuring our paper industry continue to grow. A total export production of Sarawak paper in the year 2021 was about around 8,000 metric ton, valued at 151 million ringgit. In the third quarter of 2022, Sarawak paper export value had increased from 102 million ringgit to 136 million ringgit as compared to the same quarter last year. The main destination for Sarawak paper export are Japan, Vietnam, Taiwan, and South Korea. The current price of paper is stable, with average price at 13,300 per ton for black paper and 23,300 per ton for white paper. The price is expected to be ranging from 15,000 to 17,000 ringgit per ton for black paper and 25,000 to 26,000 ringgit per ton for white paper in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, a recent survey revealed that most 98% of paper is planted in Sarawak, while the remaining 2% is planted in West Malaysia and also in Sabah. In view of its importance to Sarawak economy, and particularly its current 37,484 paper smallholders, it is vital for Sarawak to play a greater role in paper industry. And in view of that, it is imperative to establish Sarawak own paper board to accelerate the development of premium paper of Sarawak. Sago industry. Sago is becoming a fast-growing industry after oil palm and paper. In the year 2021, Sarawak exported 38,000 metric ton of sago starch valued at 80 million ringgit, mainly to West Malaysia and also Japan. The Sarawak sago industry is dominated by smallholders who accounted for 93%. A total estimated planted area is around about 33,407 hectares. The current production scenario shows that production rate is about 1 metric ton of starch per hectare per annum. One of the factors that contributed to the low production rate is written here 3T, bukan golf 3T ya. Tanam, tinggal, dan tuai. Bukan takut, tapi mau tengok saja. With the adoption of good agronomic and cultural practices, the starch production could increase significantly, ranging from 15 to 20 metric ton per hectare per year. Nipah industry. Besides sago, Nipah has been identified as a commodity that has huge commercial potential. The global palm sugar market is about USD 1.7 billion in 2020 and forecasted to grow at a cumulative annual growth rate at CAGR at 2.1% from 2020 to 2027. In the year 2021, Sarawak exported Nipah-based product value at ringgit Malaysia 1.93 million, mainly to West Malaysia, valued at 3.38 million. The main Nipah growing areas in Sarawak, Betong, Mukah, Serike, Kuching, and Limbang. We have a total gazetted area of 18,631 hectares. The main product of Nipah is palm sugar, or locally known as gula apong. Currently, there are about 200 entrepreneurs involved in processing of gula apong in Sarawak. The recent establishment of Sago and Nipah Industry Development Board, SNDP-DB, will further develop the industry into one of the major export communities for Sarawak. Native land development. Tan Sri Dato' My Speaker, next I would like to report on the performance of other key areas undertaken by my ministry. In order to be food sufficient, net food exporter and high income farmers by the year 2030, Sarawak requires land resource apart from leveraging on agro-technology. In this regard, my ministry will continue to promote opening up more native land to cater not only for commodity crop but also for food production, which include fruit trees, paddy, livestock, and also aquaculture. Native land development concept. I would like to report on the performance of the oil palm project undertaken by LCDA under the new NCR land development concept, a joint venture initiative with private investors to develop native land for oil palm plantation. As at 30th September 2022, 48 projects with a gross area of 350,000 more or less hectares have been approved under this development concept, where about 114,000 hectares for land have been consented by 17,643 landowners for the development. Out of total surrendered area, 93,422 hectares, which about 82%, has been developed. Department of Irrigation and Drainage Sarawak, DID. Regional Infrastructure Development Project. Tan Sri Dato' My Speaker, my ministry through DID Sarawak has been allocated a ceiling of 816 million ringgit to implement 15 major projects and 385 minor projects under the Integrated Region Samaran Development Agency, IRSDA. These include coastal band and drainage system, river improvement works, flood mitigation, and riverbank erosion protection. As at October 2022, all are in various stages of implementation. Under Siaran Development Agency, SADA, SADA, DID has been approved a ceiling of ringgit Malaysia 218 million to implement 4 new drainage and irrigation areas and 1 rehabilitation of existing agriculture scheme and 3 riverbank protection works. Tan Sri Dato' My Speaker, DID Sarawak has also been approved a sum of 349.96 million under Project Rakyat to implement 22 projects and 1 study. This project consists of 4 projects for rehabilitation existing scheme, 17 riverbank protection project, and 1 coastal protection work, and 1 design assessment study, all of which are under various stages of implementation. DID has been allocated with a ceiling of ringgit Malaysia 184 million under Project Rakyat for the development of 7 projects for upgrading and rehabilitation of existing agriculture scheme within the food basket area. This includes 4 proposed new agriculture development scheme and also 1 LIDAR survey works, LIDAR. As of October 2022, 3 projects have been completed and 3 projects are in construction stages. And 6 projects are still in design stages. River and coastal engineering. Consider, Thomas Speaker, an allocation amounting to 14.5 million ringgit under 12 Malaysia Plan has been allocated to DID Sarawak to implement program for river clearing and river rehabilitation works in Sarawak and coastal protection work. In the year 2022, a sum of 1.05 million ringgit has been allocated for this project and are scheduled to be completed by December this year. Program Penyelenggaraan Jalan Negeri, MARRIS, or MPIC. In the year 2022, DID Sarawak had received an allocation of ringgit Malaysia 40 million to implement 225 MARRIS project under Jalan Ladang Kebun Kecil, JLPK. Currently, 96 projects have been completed and the remaining 129 projects are under various stages of implementation. In addition, DID Sarawak has also been allocated with a sum of 2.99 million ringgit by the Ministry of Plantation Industries and Commodities, MPIC, to implement 11 projects under Jalan Ladang Kebun Kecil, JLPK. To date, about 5 projects have been completed, and while the construction of the remaining 6 are ongoing. Coastal and river engineering. Consider, Thomas Speaker, apart from developing agricultural infrastructure, DID Sarawak has also undertaken infrastructure works to support and improve the quality of life of coastal and riverine communities in Sarawak. Under 12 Malaysia Plan, an allocation of ringgit Malaysia 19.1 million was approved for the said purposes, and all projects are undergoing various stages of implementation. In the year 2022, the federal government, through the Ministry of Environment and Water, KASA, has also allocated ringgit Malaysia 25 million for river clearing and rehabilitation works to reduce flood risk based on the priority and critical areas throughout Sarawak. All the projects are scheduled to be completed by end of this year. Another allocation for ringgit Malaysia 145.5 million has also been approved under 12 Malaysia Plan for projek pemeliharaan muara-muara sungai bagi negeri Sarawak dan projek pengawalan hakisan pantai pelbagai negeri. That's the name of the project. To facilitate the marine navigation and to reduce the impact of the coastal erosion risk based on the priority and critical areas throughout Sarawak. One riverbank erosion protection work at Kampung Pulat, Balingian, under rancangan memulihkan koridor sungai program RMKS with a cost of 7.6 million ringgit is expected to be completed by the end of the year. Rural Infrastructure Development Program. Under 12 Malaysia Plan, the Ministry of Rural Development, KPLB Malaysia, has allocated 505.7 million ringgit to DID to implement 12 projects under program Jalan Luar Bandar, and currently 3 projects are under construction and 9 projects are at planning stage. An allocation of ringgit Malaysia 13.24 million has also been approved to implement 4 projects under program Jambatan Luar Bandar, all of which are currently under design stage. In the year 2022, KPLB has also allocated ringgit Malaysia 34.35 million to DID Sarawak to implement basic infrastructure project under various programs such as Jalan Perhubungan Desa JPD, Jalan Perhubungan Desa Jalan Ladang Pertanian JPD JLP, Project Amenity Social PAMS PAM, and Program Amenity Social Banjir BANJIF. Consider, Thomas Speaker, rural development initiatives. To fast-track the development and reduce the income gap between urban and rural areas, Sarawak government has committed to bring more development to the rural areas. As a total of ringgit Malaysia 159.4 million has been allocated under 12 Malaysia Plan to my ministry for the completion of basic infrastructure projects and programs. Pertaining to development of Rural Growth Center, my ministry, which has been entrusted to spearhead the development of infrastructure project, will review the implementation concept of this program with APU Sarawak, with the objective of determining its future development direction to make sure it's impactful. This is also important in view of the establishment of various regional agencies in ensuring economic viability and within the RGCs. Program Perumahan Keluarga Malaysia, PRKM. In the year 2022, PPRT program has been renamed as Program Perumahan Keluarga Malaysia, PRKM, aims to improve the quality of life of the hardcore poor and the poor households by providing safer and better housing and living conditions. The Ministry of Rural Development, KPLB Malaysia, has appointed my ministry to coordinate the implementation of PRKM project through the district offices in Sarawak. In the year 2022, KPLB has allocated a total sum of ringgit Malaysia 80.55 million for the implementation of PRKM in Sarawak by various agencies. KPLB has approved 1,999 units of houses for both new and repair of houses. We have total cost of ringgit Malaysia 50 million for phase 1 and phase 2 and also phase 3, which are in various stages of implementation. The rate has been increased from 68,000 ringgit Malaysia to 79,000 ringgit Malaysia for building a new houses and 15,000 to 70,000 for repair of old houses. Program Bersepadu Pembangunan Ekonomi Kampung, Prospek, PROSPEK. Program Bersepadu Pembangunan Ekonomi Kampung is a program that focuses on the development in several existing villages nearby, at least 5 villages, without involving the opening of new areas in situ development. The concept of this program is based on the niche product development in collaboration with the government and private agencies and educational institutions. The program is aimed at reducing rural poverty through income generation program, improve the quality of life, and upgrade the infrastructure facilities in existing villages. The 3 main prospect components are 1. Economic development, 2. Housing, and 3. Basic infrastructure. KPLB has approved 1 program in Matu district, which is now ongoing at various implementation phases, and recently another one for Lawas district, which is now in the midst of finalizing the feasibility study. The approved allocation for each project is ringgit Malaysia 9 million. Rural ICT Training Program. The objective of this program is to provide training to the rural community aims at increasing the level of ICT literacy in product marketing and adoption of smart farming. In the year 2022, a total sum of 965,000 ringgit has been allocated for various ICT and smart farming programs, which include 1. Program Latihan Pembangunan Model Insan Luar Bandar. 2. Sustainable Modern Agriculture through Rural Technopreneurship Program, SMART. 3. Smart Farming Program. 4. School Smart Farming Program for rural school. And the 5th one, Program Latihan ICT and Digital Luar Bandar. To date, a total of 765 participants have benefited from 26 series of courses and programs conducted throughout Sarawak. Sarawak Land Consolidation and Rehabilitation Authority, SACRA. Tansi Utama Speaker, allow me to update this August House on the performance of SACRA, one of the agencies under my ministry, tasked to bring socio-economic development, particularly to the rural communities in Sarawak. 1. Performance highlight as at 31st October 2022. SACRA has shown an improved performance in the first 10 months of the year 2022 compared to the same period in the year 2021. This is driven by the increased adoption of mechanization along with the implementation of various initiatives to address labor shortages. Sakra is also able to maintain its Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil MSPO certification for all its estates and mills. However, the drastic increase in agro inputs, prices, and operation costs as a result of disruption in supply chain due to a pandemic, COVID-19, and Ukraine-Russian war has curbed profitability. They may have to reduce the profit for the past 2 years. Total area developed. Presently, Sakra has developed and planted a total of 51,289 hectares of land for oil palm cultivation. Out of these, 25,653 hectares, or 50%, are mature fields, 10,007 hectares, 26% are immature, and 12,426 hectares, 24%, are in the process of replanting. Oil palm production. The estate have produced 290,000 metric tons of fresh fruit bunches, FFB, which represent an increase of 6% or 16,300 metric tons compared to the same period in the year 2021. The prime mature areas yield ranges from 10.47 to 24.48 metric tons per hectare, with average of 16.41 metric tons per hectare. This is an increase of 10% or 1.5 metric tons per hectare. Meanwhile, young mature area ranges from 3.23 metric tons to 17.19 metric tons per hectare with average of 6.49 metric tons per hectare. This is an increase of 6% or 0.35 metric tons per hectare. 9 out of the 19 estates achieve yield above Sarawak average of 11.61 metric tons per hectare. Palm oil milling. The 5 palm oil mills of Sakra have processed a total of 1.1 million metric tons of fresh fruit bunch, FFB, and produced 213,000 metric tons of crude palm oil, CPO, and 48,000 metric tons of palm kernel. On average, the mills achieved the oil extraction rate, OER, of 19.56%, which is higher than the Sarawak average of 19.4%. Whereas the kernel extraction rate, KER, recorded an average of 4.41%, which is higher than Sarawak average of 4.34%. Generally, the extraction rate of Sakra and also for Sarawak are slightly lower throughout the 10 months period. Possible reason for this is due to some areas experienced incomplete manuring program during the COVID-19 pandemic and high number of rainy days of more than 100 days annually in the past 3 years, which has affected nutrient uptake by the plant, resulting in a poor crops formation. The palm oil mills has also provide ready market for crops and for oil palm, smallholders and private estate. As of October 2022, there are 2,760 smallholders registered and sold the crops directly to the Sakra mill, contributing to 190,000 metric tons. As part of the sustainability management in the palm oil milling activities, Sakra has embarked on waste to wealth program to convert mill waste into a valuable product of additional revenue. One of the initiatives undertaken was to convert the empty fruit bunch EFB to fiber mate, or known as eco-mate. This biodegradable eco-mate shall be used for mulching, which act as organic fertilizer, soil erosion control, and soil moisture retention and weed control. The eco-mate plant at Siaran Palm Oil Mill that was completed in October 2022 has a daily product of 2,000 pieces, and its product is now available in the market. Sakra has also planned to collaborate with the private sector to produce insect protein for animal feed by using black soldier fly. The initiative, once materialized, will also help to reduce the decanter cake waste from the mills and at the same time offer a sustainable eco-solution for waste management. Issuance of land title. As mandated by Sakra Ordinance 1976, all land development developed by Sakra shall be issued with Section 18 title of the Sarawak Land Code. To date, 21,585 lots, which is about 39,688 hectares, or 81% of total 27,289 lots, which is about 48,262 hectares, developed by Sakra, has been surveyed. From these 17,546 lots, which is about 32,582 hectares, or equivalent to 64%, have been issued with land title. The survey work for the remaining 5,704 lots is expected to be completed by the year 2025. My ministry is working closely with the Land Survey Department to expedite the cadastral survey and issuance of land title. I strongly urge the Department Land Survey to speed up the process of issuance of title for those lands that have been surveyed. Program of funding under 12 Malaysia Plan. Under the 12 Malaysia Plan, Sakra has been approved with a ceiling of 183.75 million ringgit, comprising 122.75 million of federal fund and 61 million from state fund to carry out 8 continuation projects in 19 new projects. Briefly, the status of the above-mentioned project as of October 2022 is as follows. 1. Oil palm planting. A total of 1,372 hectares have been planted out of 3,700 hectares targeted for the year. The planted areas consist of 841 hectares of replanting and 531 hectares of new planting. The project progress has been affected by movement control order and only gained momentum from May 2022. Mechanization. The intensification of estate mechanization program started in the year 2020, aimed at improving labor productivity, especially harvesters, and to reduce dependency on manual labor, particularly in the in-field evacuation. For the year 2022, Sakra was approved with and has spent 2.5 million ringgit to implement this initiative. Up to now, 45% of mature areas in field collection are mechanized, and daily productivity ranges from 2 metric ton to 4 metric ton per harvester, depending on the terrain. Section 18 Title Survey. Under the 12 Malaysia Plan, Sarawak government has allocated 6.0 million for Sakra to carry out title survey of remaining 5,704 land lots. The target for 2022 is to survey 1,769 lots. As of October 2022, 1,199 lots had been surveyed. Financial performance as at 30th September 2022. Thank you, Thomas Speaker. I also wish to briefly highlight on the financial performance of Sakra Estates. As of September 2022, the 19 estates developed by Sakra has generated a total revenue of ringgit Malaysia 235.1 million and recorded a surplus of 130.1 million ringgit. This is an increase of 48% or 42 million compared to the same period in the year 2021. The increase was attributed by the favorable palm oil price, especially in the first half of this year, and implementation of production improvement initiative to mitigate labor shortages. I'm pleased to inform this August House that the Board of Sakra has approved a net proceed amounting 75 million to be disbursed to 12,605 eligible participants for the year 2022. This amount is an increase ringgit Malaysia 14.2 million compared to 60 million 60.8 million in the year 2021. The payment of net proceeds will be disbursed in 2 stages. SACRA's role in Sarawak agriculture development. Tan Sri Thomas Speaker, the success of the agricultural program under my ministry requires the involvement of farmers, agro-industry players, as well as the public sector. Presently, the upstream of farming activities are faced with the shortage and high price of agro input, fertilizer and racun and so on. My ministry has identified SACRA as one of the agencies that can assist to resolve this issue, particularly in the supply of fertilizer. In this respect, my ministry has requested SACRA through its subsidiary company, Sarawak Fertilizer Sdn Bhd, to look into ways and means to provide affordable and constant supply for fertilizer to ensure planted crops can get the necessary nutrients for improved yield and also the production. Farmers Institution FI atau Institute Peladang, Pertubuhan Peladang Negeri Sarawak as well as Pertubuhan Peladang Kawasan, PPNS and also PPK, are actively collaborating with the private sector to strengthen the marketing efficiency of farmers producers. PPNS and the 28 PPKs will play a more important role in the agricultural supply chain. This transformative process is expected to benefit approximately 176,000 registered members of PPK and PPNS throughout Sarawak. Among the key initiatives include the establishment of Peladang e-shop to market farmers' products, strengthening outlets for selling agricultural inputs, collaborating with private sectors to pursue high-impact commercial agriculture-related projects, and undertaking mechanization and logistics services. Up to now, PPNS has established 4 joint venture projects with the private companies in fish fry, tilapia fish, shrimp production, as well as buffalo breeding and dairy production. Meanwhile, a number of PPK are also involved in commercial production of agri-food processing. Among them are pepper and pepper-based product, sago and sago-based product, pineapple and pineapple-based product, and also klulut, honey. Biosecurity. African swine fever was first detected in our domesticated backyard pig farms at Bodok Bui, Lawas, Lembang Division in July 2021. And the disease has since spread to most part of Sarawak, affecting both the indigenous pig farm and also commercial pig farm. The disease has affected most of the farm holdings that have poor or no biosecurity measures in place. To date, 6,263 animals owned by over 800 backyard pig owners have been culled and disposed to contain the outbreak. 34 commercial farms were also affected and also contained by culling exercise, with 31,130 animals culled and disposed. Sarawak government has approved allocation of 5.5 million ringgit as compassionate assistance to lighten the affected farmers. In the year 2021, 196 backyard farmers who are affected by the disease have been assisted, and the remaining sum will be disbursed in stages. Update of rabies. Tan Sri Thomas Speaker, the government has set a target to achieve 70% immunity in dog population. However, our progress was hampered by the movement control order. During the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite this, bite cases showed a downward trend from 400 plus cases per month in 2018 to 250 cases per month in 2022. The percentages of rabies positive dog cases recorded over a 4-year period has showed a downtrend from 42% to 14% in 2022. The statistics shows that the rabies situation in Sarawak is under control. The amendment of the Veterinary Public Health Order 1999 that was passed in this current June sitting allows public officers trained and authorized by the State Veterinary Authority SVA to assist in the vaccination of dogs, at the same time dispensing of drug-related. And 32 immune belt of enforcement team under Sarawak Security Enforcement Unit in the Premier Office will be trained and empowered to assist the Department of Veterinary Services Sarawak to accelerate the vaccination process, particularly among the some 980 long houses and settlements along Sarawak-Kalimantan border. Enforcement activities. Since the formation of DBS Sarawak unit in 2019, 228 compounds had been issued for offences committed under various provisions of Veterinary Public Health Ordinance 1999. Up to now, the total compound collected amount, ringgit Malaysia 1.14 million. Proposed establishment of Sarawak Quarantine and Inspection Service, SAQIS, S-A-Q-I-S, to enhance biosecurity measures in Sarawak. My ministry is considering to establish Sarawak Quarantine and Inspection Services, SAQIS. The proposed SAQIS will be an agency similar to Malaysian Quarantine and Inspection Service, MAQIS, in West Malaysia. The establishment of SAQIS is crucial to safeguard the biosecurity in maintaining Sarawak disease-free status. Strengthening human resource capacity in Department of Agriculture and also Department of Veterinary Service Sarawak. In order to expedite the implementation of the various agricultural development programs, the Department of Agriculture Sarawak has planned to strengthen its manpower capacity. Currently, the department is in the process of recruitment of a total 112 posts, comprising 38 management professional posts and 74 support services posts. The new recruits are expected to report for duty within the first quarter of next year and will be stationed throughout Sarawak. In addition, in line with the Ministry Agro-Food Industry strategic goals and objectives under the Post-COVID-19 Development Strategy 2030, PCDS 2030, as well as with the additional responsibility to execute the agricultural development project under the various regional agencies, there is a dire need to strengthen DOA Sarawak's manpower. An additional of at least 65 posts, comprising management, professional posts, as well as support services posts, is needed to effectively perform its regulatory and development function. Department of Veterinary Services Sarawak. The Veterinary Services of Malaysia, including Sarawak, is being evaluated by the World Organization of Animal Health, WOAH, on the international standards. The quality of veterinary services organizational structure and the manpower requirement. The assessment of the level of advancement and technical priorities required for animal health, veterinary public health, veterinary laboratories has indicated the need for a manpower strength at least 1,000 staff for a competent veterinary authority. In the immediate term, DBS Sarawak requires an additional 110 posts to support and regulate the livestock industry and the veterinary public health in Sarawak. Thank you, Thomas Speaker. Now I would like to touch on issues raised by ahli-ahli yang berhormat. I would like to respond to the various queries, requests, views, comments, and also suggestions made by the honourable members on the subject relating to my ministry. And I wish to record my appreciation to all the honourable members who have participated in debate and contributed constructive suggestions in matters related to my ministry. 1. CPPC, Pusat Pengumpulan, Pemprosesan dan Pembungkusan. Untuk maklumat ahli yang berhormat, bagi Tamin, Beting Maru, Kabung, Macan, kerajaan akan mempertimbangkan pembinaan sesebuah CPPC jika memenuhi kriteria-kriteria yang ditetapkan, seperti bakalan hasil pertanian yang tinggi dan konsisten, serta syarikat peneraju yang berkemampuan sebagai operator pusat tersebut. Pembangunan agropark dan taman kekal pengelolaan makanan. Untuk maklumat ahli-ahli yang berhormat, bagi Beting Maru, Pelagus, kerajaan akan mempertimbangkan pembangunan agropark di sesuatu lokasi jika ia memenuhi kriteria-kriteria yang ditetapkan, misalnya bebas daripada sebarang pertindihan tuntutan hak milik tanah. For the information of honourable member for Pelagus, the government will consider the establishment of permanent food production zone in Dun Pelagus once suitable area is identified. Government fully support the establishment of TKPM Sungai Tunuh, Bukit Mabung, and is currently planning to develop an area of 15 hectares involving 6 participants. For the information, Honorable Member for Mulawan, Department of Agriculture is currently reviewing the procurement processes for this assistance in view of the following present price hike of the raw material of fertilizer. That's pertaining to program bantuan baja kepada pekebun kecil, kelapa sawit dan juga lada di Melawan. Inland fisheries. For the information of the Honorable Member for Katibas, under 12 Malaysia Plan, DOA Sarawak is focusing on the maintenance to optimize the utilization of the existing 7 fisheries stations of indigenous and freshwater species. As I mentioned earlier, the planning on building new hatchery facilities for indigenous and freshwater species is ongoing and under research for suitability and sustainability. Infrastruktur pertanian, jalan ladang, sistem saliran. Untuk melemah ahli-ahli yang berhormat, bagi Repuk, Katibas, Daro, Engkelili, Melawan, Tebeduk, Beting Maru, Kerian, Murung, dan juga Opah. Kementerian saya akan memberi tumpuan untuk melaksanakan lebih banyak projek infrastruktur pertanian, jalan ladang, dan sistem saliran bagi menggalakkan lebih banyak aktiviti pertanian di seluruh Sarawak. Paddy industry. For the information of the Honorable Member for Melawan, to increase rice production in Sarawak, my ministry is actively promoting public-private community partnership. It's a model in a rice farming which require the participation of private companies to invest in paddy cultivation, post-harvest processing, and marketing of rice. Untuk melemah ahli yang berhormat bagi Murum, Kementerian saya akan meneliti dan menilai keperluan untuk membangunkan kawasan linau, Sungai Linau, terutama di kawasan Lusung Laku bagi tanaman padi berskala besar dan komersial berdasarkan kesesuaian kawasan dan kesediaan petani untuk mengesuaikan sawah tersebut. Rubber industry. For the information of Honorable Member for Pelagus, Department of Agriculture Sarawak has requested funding for new rubber planting involving 25,000 hectares of land under 12 Malaysia Plan from the federal government. However, the request for funding has not been approved, and the department will pursue this matter with the new federal government. Penanaman kopi berskala besar. Untuk melemah ahli yang berhormat bagi Murum, kerajaan menyokong penuh cadangan penanaman kopi berskala besar di Sungai Asap dan juga di Matalun. Jabatan Pertanian telah pun mengenal pasti kawasan seluas 10 hektar di Nahar Nyabung dan Long Kaboho, Belaga untuk tujuan ini. Manakala untuk melemah ahli yang berhormat bagi Serembu, Jabatan Pertanian juga telah mengenal pasti kawasan seluas 51 hektar di kawasan Teringus bagi tujuan tersebut. Pertanian moden. Untuk melemah ahli yang berhormat bagi Telian, skim bantuan fertigasi dan hidroponik telah dilaksanakan di seluruh Sarawak. Pelaksanaan projek ini akan dipergiatkan selaras dengan dasar kementerian saya. For the information of the Honorable Member for Melawan, a feasibility study shall be first conducted to assess the economic viability of the precision farming park in Melawan. Program latihan ICT luar bandar. Untuk melemah ahli berhormat bagi Murum, kementerian saya akan mempertimbangkan cadangan untuk menganjurkan program latihan ICT luar bandar di kawasan Murum pada tahun depan. Program tanaman sara hidup di skim penempatan semula. Untuk melemah ahli berhormat bagi Murum, sejumlah RM1 juta telah diluluskan untuk di bawah RMK 12 bagi pelaksanaan program pembangunan pertanian di kawasan penempatan semula di Murum. Antara projek yang dilaksanakan di bawah program tersebut adalah tanam sayur-sayuran sistem terbuka, tanam tanaman kontan dan tanam rempah ratus, unit ladang, perikanan darat, aquaculture, agro makanan dan juga tanaman buah-buahan. Tan Sri Thomas Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to express my sincere gratitude and thanks to to Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker for your tactful handling for the proceeding of this Dun sitting, to ensure that there was a proper decorum and dignity in this August House. This for the first time is very smooth and cool. Everyone seems to be very friendly. I also wish to extend my appreciation and thanks to the Honorable State Secretary, State Financial Secretary, and also SAG, officers from various state and federal ministries, agencies for their commitment and dedication in providing the necessary input and support for the smooth proceeding of this August House. I also want to thank my officers, Permanent Secretary, and also all the officers involved in preparation of this winding up speech. I also take this opportunity to thank the media for their professional coverage of the current sitting. Finally, before I take my seat, there's one small little pantun somehow come into my mind. Kais pagi makan pagi, kais petang makan petang. Hari ini kita di sini, esok semoga selamat pulang. Finally, I would like to extend my greeting, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year 2023 for everyone. May we continue to have a good health, peace, and harmony among all the communities in Sarawak. In politics, there's no permanent friends, and also there's no permanent foes. Welcome to the club. Thank you very much. Jaga Sarawak, itu Sarawak.
Dengan hormatnya, saya menjemput Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Hajah Fatimah Abdullah, Menteri Pembangunan Wanita, Kanak-kanak dan Kesejahteraan Komuniti dan Ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri N56 Dalat untuk menyampaikan ucapan penggulungan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Ibu Pertiwiku, salam Sarawakku sayang. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, I would like to congratulate Yang Amat Berhormat Premier of Sarawak for winning 23 out of 31 seats in the recent general election. I have said this before and I'm going to say this again, that Yang Amat Berhormat Premier is a visionary leader, a leader for all, excellent economist, a maverick at revenue re-engineering, has proven great capability, credibility, and integrity as Premier, bringing Sarawak to greater heights, making its rakyat proud to be anak Sarawak. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, yang korek itu kendi, yang merah itu saga, yang molek itu budi, yang indah itu bahasa. Kain pelikat tenunan Tanjung, kain sutera tenunan Muara, pemimpin hebat, pemimpin disanjung, maju negara, rakyat sejahtera. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, Kementerian Pembangunan Wanita, Kanak-kanak dan Kesejahteraan Komuniti, initiatives, status, and our way forward, ensuring inclusive, sustainable well-being for a dignified existence. In line with the 2023 state budget, our ministry focus goals will revolve around 6 out of 11 state strategic trusts, which are achieving economic prosperity, developing human capital, accelerating digital adoption and data utilization, strengthening social welfare, promoting research and development, science and technology and innovations, and enhancing state government capacity and service delivery. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, dalam memastikan kesejahteraan rakyat, Kementerian telah melaksanakan inisiatif yang sesuai dengan keperluan setiap kumpulan masyarakat. Nombor 1, kesejahteraan kanak-kanak seawal usia. Untuk memastikan kesejahteraan kanak-kanak seawal usia disantuni dengan mantap seperti yang dimaklumkan sebelum ini, Kerajaan Sarawak telah menyediakan inisiatif Endowment Fund Sarawak atau EFS bantuan ibu bersalin BIB, Grant Tahunan Khas Institusi Pendidikan Awal Kanak-kanak IPAKK, pengukuhan pengurusan sedidik dan penubuhan One Stop Early Intervention Center atau singkatannya OSEC. Endowment Fund Sarawak AFS dan bantuan ibu bersalin. Semenjak pelaksanaan pada tahun 2019 sehingga Disember 2021, sebanyak 81,926 akaun EFS telah dibuka. Ia melibatkan peruntukan sebanyak 81.9 juta. Dalam tahun 2022 sehingga Oktober, sebanyak 20,462 akaun telah dibuka melibatkan peruntukan sebanyak 20.46 juta. Sementara BIB, bantuan ibu bersalin yang telah diperkenalkan pada tahun 2020 sehingga Oktober 2022, seramai 37,158 orang ibu telah mendapat bantuan sebanyak RM450 secara one-off. Bantuan ini telah melibatkan perbelanjaan sebanyak 16.7 juta. Grant Tahunan Khas atau GTK. Pemberian grant tahunan khas GTK sebanyak RM5,000 dari Kerajaan Sarawak bagi membantu setiap institusi pendidikan awal kanak-kanak yang diperkenalkan pada tahun 2019 telah diteruskan pada tahun 2022. Peruntukan sebanyak 13.8 juta telah memberi manfaat kepada 2,795 IPAKK. Empowering Early Childhood through Sedidik. Setelah mengambil alih sedidik, Kementerian terus berusaha untuk memantapkan pelaksanaan program pendidikan awal kanak-kanak melalui peningkatan kualiti guru dan pengayaan program asuhan didikan dan pembelajaran. Kementerian mensasarkan 100% guru sedidik memiliki sekurang-kurangnya Diploma Pendidikan Awal Kanak-kanak menjelang 2025 melalui kolaborasi dengan Universiti Terbuka Malaysia, Pusat Perkembangan Kemahiran Sarawak PPKS, Institut Pendidikan Guru IPG dan Kolej Sidma Sarawak. Setakat 30 November 2022, jumlah pendidik adalah seramai 157 orang. 11 orang iaitu 7% mempunyai sarjana muda pendidikan awal kanak-kanak dan 96 orang equivalent to 61.14% memiliki diploma pendidikan awal kanak-kanak. Sementara itu 40 orang equivalent to 25.48% akan tamat pengajian pada penghujung tahun ini. Dengan itu pada akhir 2022 93.63% guru sedidik mempunyai sekurang-kurangnya diploma dalam pendidikan awal kanak-kanak dan selebihnya iaitu seramai 10 orang 6.37% termasuk 5 orang pendidik penan di kawasan Apoh Tutuh sedang mengikuti pengajian dan dijangka tamat pada tahun 2022. Dari aspek kurikulum pula, selain menggunakan kurikulum standard prasekolah kebangsaan atau KSPK dan kurikulum permata negara, sedidik juga melaksanakan program tambah nilai dan program niche sebagai pendekatan yang holistik. Tambahan kepada program sedia ada pada tahun 2022, Kementerian telah memperkenalkan program pendidikan inklusif, inclusive education, program bahasa isyarat Malaysia, Kinder Environment dan Tiflun Madani. Selaras dengan kepesatan teknologi, sedidik telah bekerjasama dengan Universiti Teknologi Swinburne Kampus Sarawak, Persatuan Kebajikan Roschneider dan The Darlu Foundation dalam program Bits and Bytes yang merupakan literasi komputer dan asas coding untuk kanak-kanak berusia 5 dan 6 tahun di pusat-pusat sedidik. One Stop Early Intervention Center atau OSEC. As reported in the last June sitting, OSEC provides diagnosis, early intervention and rehabilitation services for autistic, Down syndrome and children with learning disabilities aged 7 and below. At the initial stage of its establishment, OSIC was only able to accommodate 100 children. Due to the overwhelming demand from parents to send their children to OSIC, the center has been extended. The renovation works was completed in August this year with a total cost of 1.2 million. With additional 1 sensory integration room and 5 classrooms, the center can now accommodate and provide better facilities and services for the 400 registered children. The increase in the number of children registered at OSIC Sarawak indicates that parents are more aware of the need for early intervention for children with disabilities. It requires us to set up more of such centers in the central and northern regions, particularly in rural areas, to ensure no child is left behind. In this regard, I would like to thank the Department of Health Sarawak and Ministry of Health Malaysia for providing a visiting pediatrician to OSIC to assess the children. Genius Kurnia for the collaboration in developing the modules and training of the staff, and most importantly to our Yang Amat Berhormat Premier for allocating 1.95 million in 2023 for annual operating costs. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker Kesejahteraan Wanita dan Keluarga. Wanita memainkan peranan yang amat signifikan terhadap kesejahteraan keluarga dan masyarakat secara keseluruhan. Justru adalah wajar agar kebajikan, keselamatan dan kesejahteraan wanita diberi keutamaan. Kasih ibu membawa ke syurga. Kasih ayah berkorban masa. Kasih suri keluarga Malaysia manifestasi kasih kerajaan sepanjang masa. Pada tahun 2022, kerajaan melalui Jabatan Wanita dan Keluarga Sarawak masih meneruskan pembiayaan caruman minima RM60 kepada isteri ketua isi rumah atau ketua isi rumah wanita yang berdaftar dalam pangkalan data e-kasih dan layak untuk program air suri yang dijanamakan semula kepada Kasih Suri Keluarga Malaysia. Caruman minima RM60 ini melayakkan pencarum untuk menerima insentif penuh RM480 setahun dari Kerajaan Persekutuan dan lain-lain keistimewaan sebagai pencarum KWSP. Terima kasih dan tahniah kepada Kerajaan Sarawak kerana melalui sumbangan sebanyak 7.64 juta 127,412 wanita dari kumpulan rentan menerima manfaat, menjadikan Sarawak mencatat rekod tertinggi jumlah pencarum kasih suri keluarga Malaysia. Untuk tahun 2023, Kerajaan Sarawak telah memperuntukkan sejumlah 4.2 juta yang dijangka akan memberi manfaat 70,000 peserta. Kesejahteraan keluarga. Institusi keluarga memainkan peranan yang penting dalam kesejahteraan dan keharmonian komuniti. Oleh yang demikian, pada tahun ini dengan kerjasama agensi-agensi kerajaan, konsultan dan NGO, kementerian meneruskan pelaksanaan kursus pengukuhan institusi keluarga yang merangkumi kursus pengurusan keluarga, kursus pasca perkahwinan dan kursus keibubapaan. Setakat Oktober tahun ini, Jabatan Wanita dan Keluarga Sarawak telah mengadakan 11 siri melibatkan seramai 522 orang peserta. Kesejahteraan komuniti. Untuk komuniti terjebak dadah dan substans, kementerian kami menyokong perluasan akses kepada rawatan dan pemulihan secara bersepadu melalui tadbir urus One Stop Committee atau OSC bagi menangani isu dadah dan substance MIDS Sarawak dengan penubuhan 20 one-stop center for addiction atau OSCA di klinik-klinik kesihatan kendalian Jabatan Kesihatan Negeri Sarawak. Selain itu, kementerian juga menubuhkan Recovery, Community Development and Intervention Center CDIC dengan kerjasama One Stop Committee bagi menangani isu dadah dan substance daerah. CDIC baru telah dirasmikan pada 8 November 2022, manakala CDIC Sibu, Dalat, Subis, Miri dan Limbang akan menyusul. CDIC ditubuhkan sebagai sebuah pusat rujukan intervensi bagi menyokong usaha pencegahan, rawatan dan pemulihan untuk individu dan keluarga terjebak dadah dan substance berasaskan community based treatment yang dijalankan oleh pelbagai pihak seperti AADK, Jabatan Kesihatan Negeri Sarawak dan juga NGO. Widening access to addiction treatment and recovery will help sustain a lower ratio of individuals seeking treatment and recovery amongst groups detected for substance abuse. In 2019, the ratio for Sarawak was 1:9. This means that for each person who gets formal treatment, 9 persons do not. Since then, we have made progress with the current ratio of 1:7. This is at par with the international average reported by the United Nations Office for Drugs and Crimes, UNODC. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, our OSC formats One Stop Committee for menangani isu dadah dan substance is an integrated narcotic enforcement framework, drug demand reduction and addiction recovery management, a first of its kind in Malaysia, and this has been acknowledged as exemplary, best practice and most organized model by the current director of Bukit Aman Narcotics Investigation Department, Datuk Sri Ayub Han bin Maidin Piche, during his official visit to Sarawak on the 22nd to 23rd of September 2022. To reinforce our fight against the abuse of drugs and substance, the Sarawak government has allocated 5.38 million in 2022, the highest allocation given by any state government, to acquire narcotic-enabled multi-purpose X-ray baggage scanners, handheld narcotic detectors, instant visual drug detectors, one-stop center for addiction instruments, drug detection dogs, and the operation of a CDIC. To ensure robust efforts in addressing issues related to drugs and substance abuse, the Ministry will be organizing the International Recovery Symposium, IRS 2023, on 18 to 21st of September 2023. This symposium is a forum for the recovery community to celebrate their success and share drug demand reduction strategies and best practices from various parts of the world. This symposium will also witness the launching of International Society for Substance Use Professionals, or ISSUP Malaysian chapter. Distinguished international speakers and participants will be attending. The Right Honourable Premier of Sarawak has agreed to grace the IRS 2023 and the launching of ISSUP Malaysian chapter on 18 of September 2023. Safety for women and children. Statistik daripada Polis Diraja Malaysia menunjukkan penurunan bagi kes keganasan rumah tangga KRT di Sarawak antara tahun 2021 dan 2022. Bagi tempoh Januari hingga Oktober 2022, terdapat 486 kes berbanding 600 30 kes pada tempoh yang sama bagi tahun 2021. Pada tahun 2022 pula 368 bersamaan dengan 76% adalah kes yang berkaitan dengan dadah berbanding 512 kes iaitu bersamaan dengan 81% pada tahun 2021. Penurunan yang menggalakkan ini meningkatkan iltizam kami untuk mempergiatkan usaha menangani isu dadah dan substans. Kementerian juga komited untuk mengurangkan kes keganasan rumah tangga melalui pelaksanaan pelbagai inisiatif bersama PDRM, JKMS, Majlis Adat Istiadat Sarawak, Jabatan Agama Islam Sarawak, Pejabat Kesihatan Bahagian dan AADK. Antara inisiatif bersepadu kementerian adalah pelaksanaan 6 siri program kesedaran dan advokasi tentang isu keganasan rumah tangga melalui program Know Your Rights dan randau pembangunan sosial 4 siri melibatkan 2,515 orang di bahagian Miri, Mukah, Betong dan Kuching pada tahun ini. Bagi pelindungan sementara mangsa keganasan rumah tangga, kementerian menyediakan 5 buah tempat selamat di Kuching, Samarahan, Sri Aman, Sibu dan Miri, manakala sebuah tempat transit sementara disediakan di Kuching. Sementara itu, khidmat sokongan bersepadu antara Jabatan Kesihatan Negeri Sarawak, PDRM dan Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat Sarawak disediakan di One Stop Crisis Center atau OSCC yang terdapat di Hospital Umum Sarawak, Hospital Miri, Hospital Sibu untuk menangani isu trauma, kesihatan dan juga perundangan. Sempena sambutan Hari Kanak-kanak Kebangsaan tahun 2022 pada 27 November 2022, Pusat Aktiviti Kanak-kanak Bandar Baru Semariang telah dianugerahkan sebagai PAKK, Pusat Aktiviti Kanak-kanak paling aktif peringkat kebangsaan. Tahniah dan syabas. Pusat Aktiviti Kanak-kanak PAKK merupakan usaha menyeluruh pasukan perlindungan kanak-kanak untuk mencegah kes penganiayaan dan pengabaian kanak-kanak. Jenayah cyber. Selain memastikan keselamatan rakyat Sarawak daripada menjadi mangsa KRT, kementerian juga melaksanakan inisiatif dan advokasi bagi melindungi orang ramai daripada menjadi jenayah cyber. Berdasarkan statistik PDRM daripada Januari 2020 hingga Oktober 2022, sebanyak 4,266 kes jenayah cyber yang melibatkan kerugian sebanyak 97.59 juta ringgit. Sesiapa sahaja boleh menjadi mangsa jenayah cyber seperti love scam, Macau scam, penipuan kad kredit, penipuan e-banking tanpa mengira latar belakang dan kedudukan. Nasihat kami kepada semua, jangan mudah jatuh hati. Hati budi perlu diselami. Takut janji tidak ditepati, akhirnya rugi merana diri. Bagi meningkatkan kesedaran dan advokasi berkaitan isu jenayah cyber, kementerian telah melaksanakan 7 siri program di Kuching, Lundu, Betong, Sibu, Mukah, Miri dan Limbang. Seterusnya, dokumen sementara individu tanpa kewarganegaraan di Sarawak atau singkatannya D6. Kerajaan Sarawak telah bersetuju untuk mengeluarkan dokumen sementara kepada individu atau kanak-kanak tanpa kewarganegaraan berumur 21 tahun ke bawah yang lahir di Sarawak. Dokumen ini khusus untuk memudahkan pemegangnya memperoleh akses kepada pendidikan dan kesihatan di Sarawak. dan ianya bukan dokumen kewarganegaraan Malaysia. Ianya juga tidak memberi hak atau janji untuk pemberian kewarganegaraan Malaysia kepada pemegangnya. Permohonan untuk D6 boleh dipohon terus di kementerian atau melalui pejabat daerah yang terdekat. Bagi tujuan ini, pemohon hendaklah memiliki sijil lahir yang didaftarkan di Sarawak, berstatus warga negara belum ditentukan dan telah memohon kewarganegaraan Malaysia di bawah artikel 15A Perlembagaan Persekutuan. Tempoh sah laku D6 adalah selama 2 tahun dari tarikh kelulusan permohonan. Permohonan pelanjutan boleh dilakukan sekiranya pemegang masih belum memperolehi kewarganegaraan. D6 perlu dikembalikan ke kementerian sebaik sahaja pemegang memperolehi kewarganegaraan dan kad pengenalan. Sejak permohonan D6 dibuka pada 1 November 2022, kementerian telah menerima sebanyak 60 permohonan. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, a proactive integrated outreach program will be implemented by our Majlis Pembangunan Sosial together with strategic partners including District Office, National Registration Department of Sarawak and Immigration Department of Malaysia Sarawak at the CSSC Kuching Abel Road on 2nd December, at Spupok Nia on 8th of December, at Sri Malaysia Hotel Lawas on 10th of December and at Destiny for Children Centre Sibu on 12th of December. Such proactive action is to reach out to more stateless children to enable them to have access to education come the new school term. Economic development, untuk memperkasa ekonomi wanita seiring dengan post-COVID-19 development, Post-COVID-19 Development Strategy 2030. Kementerian melalui Jabatan Wanita dan Keluarga Sarawak meneruskan inisiatif pengupayaan kapasiti melalui program latihan kemahiran dan bantuan mikro. 3 inisiatif pengupayaan kapasiti wanita dan 1 bantuan perniagaan telah dilaksanakan oleh Jabatan Wanita dan Keluarga Sarawak, iaitu Karnival Kerjaya Wanita Sarawak. 3 siri Karnival Kerjaya Wanita Sarawak telah dilaksanakan sepanjang tahun 2022 bertempat di Kuching, Betong dan Miri melalui kolaborasi agensi-agensi kerajaan dan swasta bagi menyediakan maklumat tentang peluang pekerjaan, pendaftaran lesen perniagaan dan bantuan perniagaan. Seramai 140 orang telah mendapat pekerjaan manakala seramai 22 orang telah diluluskan lesen dan permit perniagaan. Untuk tahun hadapan 2023, 3 siri karnival telah dirancangkan untuk dilaksanakan di zon utara, selatan dan tengah bagi memastikan orang awam khususnya wanita mendapat manfaat daripada karnival kerjaya ini. Women Skills Training. Women Skills Training diadakan bertujuan untuk melatih para wanita khasnya golongan ibu tunggal, wanita berpendapatan rendah kumpulan B40 dan suri rumah. Pada tahun ini sebanyak 67 sesi latihan kemahiran jangka pendek terdiri daripada kulineri, kecantikan, spa dan urut melibatkan seramai 1974 orang peserta telah dilaksanakan secara bersemuka dan atas talian. Daripada jumlah tersebut, seramai 1,160, that is equivalent to 59%, peserta telah berjaya memulakan perniagaan dan yang layak akan dibantu melalui bantuan mikrokirwas. Pusat Kemahiran Jahitan Community. 5 pusat kemahiran jahitan community yang bertempat di Kuching, Serian, Sarike, Sibu dan Bintulu menyediakan perkhidmatan WST jahitan pakaian modul tahap rendah dan pertengahan. Pada tahun ini sejumlah 85 sesi Women Skills Training atau WST jahitan telah dilaksanakan melibatkan seramai 755 peserta. Dari jumlah tersebut 562 equivalent to 74% peserta telah berjaya memulakan perniagaan. Bagi tahun 2023 mereka layak juga, mana yang layak juga akan dibantu melalui bantuan mikro kirwas. Bantuan isi rumah wanita Sarawak atau kirwas. Bantuan mikro kirwas merupakan bantuan tunai kepada ketua isi rumah wanita atau ibu tunggal bernilai RM500 untuk setiap penerima bertujuan bagi menjana atau menambah pendapatan mereka. Bagi tahun 2022, seramai 590 orang mendapat manfaat daripada bantuan ini melibatkan peruntukan sebanyak RM295,000. Dianggarkan pada tahun 2023, seramai 1,000 orang penerima akan mendapat manfaat daripada bantuan tersebut dengan peruntukan sebanyak RM500,000. Tangan lembut mendakap mesra bisa saja menggoncang dunia. Kepimpinan wanita perlu diperkasa, keterangkuman bermula seawal usia. Women empowerment, women leadership. Untuk mempertingkatkan kapasiti kepimpinan wanita, Jabatan Wanita dan Keluarga Sarawak telah melaksanakan Women Leadership Training WLTP sejak tahun 2019 bagi mengasah kemahiran insaniah pemimpin dan pemimpin pelapis. Setakat Oktober 2022, sebanyak 9 siri program kepimpinan wanita telah dilaksanakan. Program ini telah disertai seramai 305 peserta dari seluruh Sarawak. Berpandukan dapatan dan perakuan kajian penyertaan wanita dalam kepimpinan Badan Bukan Kerajaan di peringkat akar umbi di Sarawak yang diketuai oleh Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Madeline Burma, Kementerian telah menganjurkan bengkel Millennial Women Leadership Program 2022. Wanita Pemacu Kemajuan yang diadakan di Lawas dan Sibu melibatkan 51 orang peserta daripada 23 NGO wanita Sarawak. Menyedari pentingnya pemimpin belia wanita dilengkapkan dengan ilmu pengetahuan, kemahiran serta keupayaan untuk menjadi pemimpin yang berkaliber. Kementerian telah menganjurkan Leadership Bootcamp for Youth. Bootcamp pertama yang telah diadakan pada 20 hingga 23 Oktober 2022 disertai oleh seramai 30 orang peserta dari 8 buah institusi pengajian tinggi awam dan swasta serta sekolah menengah di bahagian muka. Untuk meningkatkan keterampilan kepimpinan wanita dewasa pula, Kementerian telah bekerjasama dengan Women Leadership Foundation untuk melaksanakan Sarawak Women of Tomorrow Bootcamp pada 19 hingga 21 Mac 2022 melibatkan 29 peserta. Subsequent to the first boot camp, the 29 participants have been assigned mentors from government and private sectors to groom them to achieve their fullest potential in their fields of endeavour. As part of the mentoring program, the mentees were also required to help organize and attend the executive leadership talk by Tan Sri Abdul Wahid Omar on 18th of October 2022 at BCCK. The talk on sustainable and authentic leadership was also attended by more than 130 women leaders from various public, private, academic and NGOs. In upholding the Sustainable Development Goals number 5, objective number 2, full participation of women and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of political and economic decision-making, on the 9 June 2022, our ministry signed a memorandum of understanding with Women Leadership Foundation to bring Sarawak women to greater heights by taking up a collaborative partnership for the purpose of: number one, undertaking joint efforts in developing Sarawak women as potential leaders, and number two, undertaking joint promotional and capacity building programs in creating greater visibility for Sarawak women talents. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, Perkhidmatan Kebajikan. Pengurusan bencana sejak 10 Oktober sehingga 16 November 2022, seramai 37,445 mangsa bencana banjir telah direkodkan di 302 kawasan Sibu, Kapit, Bintulu dan Miri. Mereka telah diberi bantuan sewajarnya dan ini melibatkan perbelanjaan sebanyak 1.86 juta ringgit. Dalam menghadapi bencana monsun timur laut, Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat Sarawak sentiasa bersiap siaga dengan fasiliti penyimpanan bantuan bencana, iaitu sebuah depo simpanan keperluan bencana di Samarahan, 3 buah mini depo di Kuching, Samarahan dan Miri, serta 16 lagi stor bencana di Pejabat Kebajikan Masyarakat Bahagian dan daerah di seluruh Sarawak. Selain daripada fasiliti tersebut, terdapat juga 627 buah pusat pemindahan sementara yang berkapasiti 162,091 orang. Pusat-pusat yang dikendalikan oleh 1,971 orang kaki tangan dan sukarelawan ini dilengkapi dengan 11,110 collapsible tent dan 272 mobile partition. Kementerian juga menyediakan 48 buah kenderaan jabatan sekiranya diperlukan. Kementerian turut menyediakan 27 pangkalan hadapan bagi tujuan penyimpanan bekalan makanan bagi kawasan yang sukar dihubungi. Bagi memastikan operasi bencana berjalan dengan lancar, Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat Sarawak melaksanakan sebanyak 7 siri latihan simulasi persiapan menghadapi bencana yang telah diadakan di bahagian Samarahan, Serian dan Betong dari September hingga November 2022, melibatkan 650 orang peserta daripada komuniti setempat dan jawatan kuasa pengurusan bencana. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, bantuan-bantuan kebajikan. Selain bantuan bencana, Kementerian juga menguruskan bantuan-bantuan lain bagi kumpulan rentan. Daripada Januari sehingga Oktober 2022, seramai 53,040 orang telah menerima bantuan kebajikan bulanan melibatkan perbelanjaan 205.5 juta ringgit, manakala bantuan sekaligus telah diberikan kepada 764 orang dengan perbelanjaan sebanyak RM507,000. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, Aging Society. Trend populasi warga emas di Sarawak meningkat sebanyak 0.55% setiap tahun sejak 2020 dengan jumlah populasi warga emas mencecah 311,600 orang, equivalent to 12.6% pada 2022 berbanding 12.05% pada tahun 2021. Kementerian telah melaksanakan beberapa perkhidmatan seperti penubuhan Rumah Seri Kenangan RSK, Pusat Perkhidmatan Warga Emas PPWE dan Pusat Aktiviti Warga Emas PAWE sejajar dengan Dasar Warga Emas Negara atau DUN dalam menyokong penuaan yang sihat, positif dan aktif. Berkaitan dengan permohonan penubuhan PAWE bagi kawasan N40 Kabung, sukacita saya menarik perhatian ahli yang berhormat, sebaik sahaja pihak kami menerima borang yang lengkap kementerian kami akan menyokong dan memanjangkan permohonan tersebut untuk pertimbangan Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat Malaysia di Putrajaya. Yang muda disayangi, yang tua kita kasihi. Kenyalang Gold Card dan bantuan ihsan kematian. Semenjak pelaksanaan KGC Kenyalang Gold Card pada tahun 2020 sehingga Oktober 2022, jumlah pemegang kad adalah 218,935 orang. Dalam tempoh tersebut, seramai 10,073 waris telah menerima bantuan ihsan kematian yang melibatkan nilai keseluruhan 30.2 juta ringgit. Berbanding hanya 46 rakan strategik pada tahun 2020, kini terdapat 407 rakan strategik yang telah mendaftar sebagai vendor Kenyalang Gold Card. Rumah Sri Kenangan RSK, bagi memastikan warga emas yang tidak mempunyai waris mendapat penjagaan dan perlindungan yang berkualiti, Kerajaan Sarawak telah membelanjakan sebanyak 25.9 juta untuk membina semula RSK Kuching dengan kapasiti 156 orang penghuni dan sebanyak 15.8 juta bagi membina semula RSK Sibu Fasa 1 yang berkeupayaan menampung keperluan 50 orang penghuni. Setakat ini seramai 60 penghuni di RSK Kuching dan 30 penghuni di RSK Sibu. Untuk makluman, pada tahun ini penghuni tertua berusia 100 tahun dan telah menjadi penghuni RSK Sibu sejak tahun 2012. Manakala penghuni paling muda berusia 62 tahun telah menjadi penghuni RSK Kuching bermula tahun ini. Age Caregiver Training Course bagi tujuan memberi pendedahan dan pengetahuan asas dalam penjagaan dan pengurusan warga emas dalam komuniti, Jabatan Wanita dan Keluarga Sarawak buat julung kalinya telah melaksanakan kursus penjagaan warga emas di Kuching pada 25 hingga 31 Julai 2022. Kursus ini dikendalikan oleh Think Big Training Sendirian Berhad dan telah disertai oleh 25 peserta yang terdiri daripada penjaga dan yang berminat untuk menyediakan perkhidmatan penjagaan warga emas. Sambutan Hari Warga Emas bagi menghargai dan mengiktiraf peranan warga emas dalam pembangunan Malaysia secara amnya dan Sarawak khususnya. Sambutan Hari Warga Emas peringkat negeri Sarawak telah disambut pada 1 Oktober 2022 di Naim Bintulu Paragon Street Mall dengan tema Resilience and Contribution of Golden Age, daya tahan dan sumbangan warga emas. Seramai 900 orang tetamu telah hadir secara fizikal, manakala seramai 2,857 orang dari seluruh Sarawak telah menyertai majlis tersebut secara maya. Sebanyak 45 agensi juga telah turut serta dalam mengadakan pameran di dalam majlis ini. Majlis telah menyaksikan pengiktirafan oleh The Malaysian Book of Records dengan tema We're United in Health, di mana seramai 3,757 orang telah menyertai senam aerobik warga emas serentak di seluruh Sarawak. Sempena dengan perayaan tersebut, aktiviti penanaman sebanyak 794 batang pokok bintangor di bawah kempen penanaman 100 juta pokok di Malaysia juga telah dilaksanakan dengan kerjasama Jabatan Hutan Sarawak. Way Forward, Preparation for an Aging Sarawak. Sarawak adalah negeri pertama di Malaysia yang mempunyai indeks kesejahteraan sosialnya sendiri. Indeks Kesejahteraan Sosial Sarawak atau Sarawak Social Wellbeing Index SSWI dibangunkan pada tahun 2019 berdasarkan 10 tunjang, 25 domain dan 79 subdomain sosial dalam Sarawak Social Transformation Framework yang menjadi rujukan kepada kesejahteraan sosial. Daripada 10 tunjang sosial yang diukur, institusi keluarga mempunyai skor tertinggi kesejahteraan sosial 7.24, manakala mengikut peringkat umur, warga emas mempunyai skor tertinggi at 6.43. Sebagai persediaan untuk menangani isu penuaan di Sarawak, Kementerian akan menjalankan satu kajian bertajuk Research on Preparation for an Aging Nation, the profile of and aging issues affecting the elderly in Sarawak pada tahun 2023. Kajian ini bertujuan untuk membuat pemetaan profil warga emas di Sarawak, mengenal pasti isu dan cabaran penuaan, menilai keberkesanan dan hasil intervensi dan program sedia ada, dan mengesyorkan strategi dan pelan tindakan untuk menangani isu penuaan di Sarawak. Di samping itu, Kementerian juga telah menandatangani memorandum persefahaman dengan Institut Penyelidikan Penuaan Malaysia My Aging, Universiti Putra UPM pada 15 Mac 2022. Seterusnya, program pendaftaran OKU. Pendaftaran OKU merupakan satu usaha berterusan bagi memastikan setiap OKU dapat menikmati keistimewaan dan kemudahan yang disediakan oleh kerajaan. Melalui program Jom Daftar OKU, One Stop Outreach Registration Center, proses pendaftaran adalah dipermudahkan dan dengan ini diharap lebih ramai OKU dapat didaftarkan. Sebagai permulaan, program ini telah dilaksanakan di Kapit, Miri dan Kuching untuk tahun 2022 dan insya-Allah akan dilaksanakan di bahagian-bahagian lain. Sejak dilancarkan pada 1 Ogos 2011, bilangan OKU yang didaftarkan melalui Sistem Maklumat Orang Kurang Upaya atau SMOKU adalah seramai 44,801 orang. OKU Empowerment Through Sports. Jangan pandang paras dan rupa, lihat iltizam dan semangat wajah, bakat digilap dan diperkasa. OKU berjaya di persada dunia. Untuk tahun 2022, Kerajaan Sarawak telah memperuntukkan 6.1 juta ringgit bagi pembangunan sukan untuk OKU dalam kategori Special Olympics, Paralympics dan Deaflympics yang merangkumi pemilihan, latihan, penyertaan, allowance dan insentif. Dari Special Olympic Games Sarawak 2022 yang disertai oleh 250 atlet, seramai 36 atlet telah dipilih untuk mewakili Sarawak ke Special Olympic Games Malaysia yang telah berlangsung di Melaka pada 25 hingga 27 Ogos 2022. Mereka telah memenangi 22 emas, 22 perak dan 12 gangsa. Melalui kejohanan ini, 3 atlet telah dipilih untuk mewakili negara ke Special Olympic World Games 2023 di Berlin, Germany pada Jun 2023. Pasukan bola sepak Special Olympic Sarawak yang mewakili negara telah menjadi naib juara 9th ASEAN Special Olympics Southeast Asia 5-a-side Unified Football Tournament 2022 yang berlangsung di Bangkok, Thailand pada 12 hingga 16 November 2022. Di Commonwealth Games 2022 di Birmingham, United Kingdom, 28 Julai hingga 8 Ogos 2022, atlet Paralimpik Boni Bunyau anak Gustin telah berjaya merangkul pingat emas dan mencipta rekod baharu dalam acara powerlifting kategori 55 kg. Beliau adalah di antara 3 orang atlet Paralimpik Sarawak yang terpilih mewakili negara. Di ASEAN Para Games 2022 yang berlangsung di Surakarta, Indonesia 30 Julai hingga 6 Ogos 2022, 7 orang atlet Paralimpik Sarawak yang mewakili Malaysia telah menyumbang 8 pingat emas. Dan dalam kejohanan para sukma ke-20 di Kuala Lumpur pada 29 Oktober sehingga 8 November 2022 baru-baru ini, Sarawak telah menduduki tempat kedua. Penyertaan seramai 148 orang atlet dalam 10 acara telah berjaya mengutip sebanyak 146 pingat, tertinggi dibandingkan dengan kontingen negeri lain, dan merangkumi 50 pingat emas, 47 perak dan 49 gangsa. Selain itu, mereka telah mencipta 9 rekod baharu. Selain dari pencapaian cemerlang yang disebut sebelum ini, 2 orang atlet OKU dari kalangan mereka yang bermasalah pendengaran dari Sarawak, Siu Sing Hee dan Siong Mui Hong, telah dipilih untuk menyertai pasukan Malaysia yang telah menjadi johan bowling competitions of the 24th Summer Deaflympics di Kuala Lumpur dari 20 hingga 30 Oktober 2022. Tan Sri Dato' Amar, Speaker. Pencapaian cemerlang atlet OKU Sarawak adalah bukti jelas hasil positif dasar keterangkuman inklusiviti yang diamalkan oleh Kerajaan Sarawak. No one is left behind. Penarafan bintang Pusat Pemulihan dalam Komuniti PPDK Road to 5 Stars bersempena dengan sambutan Hari Orang Kurang Upaya Sedunia Peringkat Kebangsaan 2022, PDK Sunflower Miri Sarawak telah dinobatkan sebagai penerima anugerah program pemulihan dalam komuniti cemerlang peringkat kebangsaan. Ini bagi menghargai usaha dan komitmen pertubuhan PDK sebagai penggerak OKU di peringkat komuniti. Bagi memastikan perkhidmatan yang berkualiti kepada OKU di PPDK, Kementerian melalui Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat Sarawak melaksanakan penarafan bintang Star Rating Sarawak dan penarafan bintang ataupun Star Rating. Sarawak merupakan negeri pertama yang melaksanakan penarafan bintang ini. Pada tahun 2022, 32 buah PPDK telah mendapat penarafan 5 bintang, 5 stars. 19 PPDK mendapat 4 bintang dan 4 PPDK mendapat 3 bintang. Pada tahun 2023, Kementerian menyasarkan ke semua iaitu 55 PPDK di Sarawak bertaraf 5 bintang. Dalam menambah baik perkhidmatan PPDK ke arah 5 star rating, Kerajaan Sarawak telah meluluskan penyerapan dan pengambilan 23 jawatan berasaskan caruman JBC bagi juru pulih perubatan. Setakat ini 11 orang telah diserap dalam perkhidmatan dan selebihnya masih dalam proses pemilihan oleh pihak unit sumber manusia negeri. Tindakan operasi menyelamat orang-orang papa oleh Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat Sarawak. Selaras dengan Akta Orang-Orang Papa 1977, Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat Sarawak bersama dengan rakan strategik seperti MPS, Majlis Pembangunan Sosial, PDRM, Jabatan Kesihatan Negeri Sarawak, AADK, Jabatan Immigration, Majlis Perbandaran, Anjung Singgah, NGO, RSK, sukarelawan JKM. Pada 2022 telah melaksanakan sebanyak 85 operasi bersepadu, berkala dan ad hoc untuk menyelamatkan orang papa di seluruh Sarawak. Daripada operasi yang telah dilaksanakan, seramai 83 orang telah diselamatkan. Bahagian Kuching merekod 38 kes, Sibu 24 kes, Bintulu dan Miri 8 kes masing-masingnya. Bahagian lain seperti Sarike 3 kes dan Samarahan serta Betong masing-masing mempunyai 1 kes. Daripada 83 kes tersebut, 3 kes dimasukkan ke Desa Bina Diri Kuching, 17 kes dihantar ke tempat transit gelandangan, 19 kes dipulangkan kepada keluarga, 29 kes dilepaskan, exit 3 kes dirujuk untuk sesi kaunseling, 9 kes dirujuk ke agensi lain dan 3 kes diberikan tabung bantuan segera. Intervensi gelandangan. To address pertinent social issues affecting vulnerable and risky groups, the Ministry is embarking on integrated social support and intervention in the community under 12 Malaysia Plan, Sarawak Government Budget and the PCDS 2030. To cater for the homeless, the Ministry was approved for 4 TTG, tempat transit gelandangan, in Kuching, Sibu, Bintulu and Miri. TTG Sibu was completed in December 2021 and as of 30th October 2022, 59 homeless have registered at TTG Sibu, of which 19 are still on transit. Through our strong collaboration with volunteers and NGOs, public and private agencies, religious bodies, educational institutions, and community service organizations, 7 of the homeless were assisted to get employment. For 2023, the Sarawak government allocated 500,000 for the operations of TTG, Bintulu, and Miri. Besides TTG, the Ministry is approved for 8 community social support centres, CSSC, in Kuching, Sri Aman, Sibu, Kapit, Muka, Bintulu, Miri and Lawas to function as an integrated social transformation centre to provide social support and intervention, a referral for vulnerable groups with the collaboration of related strategic partners to address their social issues holistically. For 2023, the Sarawak government allocated 2.2 million for the CSSC projects. The CSSC Kuching is completed and ready to pilot its operation on 2nd of December 2022. It is an integrated social support and intervention referral facility developed through public-private civil society organization partnership. Number 1, to act as a social issue first information report to identify, to assess, screen, counsel and provide social support for vulnerable and affected individuals. 2, provide social intervention awareness, advocacy, prevention and referral for treatment, recovery and rehabilitation. And 3, provide capacity development for victims of social issues including children, women, the elderly and special needs. Economic development. Dalam hasrat untuk membantu penerima bantuan mencapai kehidupan yang berdigniti, Kementerian melalui Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat Sarawak meneruskan inisiatif meningkatkan ekonomi penerima bantuan melalui program Usahawan Wellbest UWB. Program ini menyasarkan kepada golongan penerima bantuan kebajikan yang mempunyai minat dalam perniagaan dan masih produktif. Program Usahawan Wellbest, seramai 1,269 usahawan Wellbest telah diberi bimbingan keusahawanan mulai tahun 2021 sehingga 15 November 2022 yang merangkumi program pembangunan minda, business coaching, kursus aspirasi platinum serta pemantauan projek perniagaan. Seramai 193 orang telah mencatat pendapatan melebihi paras garis kemiskinan iaitu RM1,169 sebulan, dan dengan itu tidak lagi memerlukan bantuan bulanan kebajikan. Bagi memperkukuhkan lagi bimbingan keusahawanan yang sedia ada ini, JKMS telah bekerjasama dengan Institut Keusahawanan Negara atau INSCAN bermula pada Jun 2022 untuk mengadakan 3 siri kursus asas keusahawanan melibatkan penyertaan seramai 90 orang usahawan well-best. Baki seramai 1,122 usahawan well-best pula akan menghadiri latihan secara berperingkat selepas ini. Pembimbing usahawan well-best yang terdiri daripada 60 pegawai JKMS turut diberi latihan Business Facilitator Training Program bertujuan untuk memperkasakan kualiti bimbingan mereka. Usahawan well-best yang telah berjaya ini bukan setakat dibantu dari segi pembangunan kapasiti sahaja, tetapi diberi peluang pemasaran yang lebih luas untuk produk perniagaan mereka. JKMS telah berkolaborasi dengan Farley Mall, Kuching dengan mengadakan Carnival Well-Best JKMS pada 23 Oktober sehingga 3 November 2022. Hasil daripada kolaborasi ini, seramai 3 daripada 22 orang usahawan Well-Best telah terpilih menjadi pembekal tetap produk makanan kering dan biskut di Farley Mall. Bersempena dengan karnival berkenaan, Majlis Anugerah Usahawan Berjaya JKMS tahun 2022 turut diadakan. Seramai 48 orang usahawan well-best telah menerima pengiktirafan anugerah platinum, diamond, gold, silver dan bronze berdasar jumlah pendapatan bersih jualan perniagaan mereka setiap bulan. Penerima anugerah platinum 2022 Nur Rafidah binti Abdul Rahman juga dianugerah sebagai ikon usahawan well-best, sementara Puan Rosita binti Ani dari Samarahan telah dianugerah usahawan jaya JKMM Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat Malaysia peringkat kebangsaan. Untuk memantapkan pemantauan kemajuan usahawan well-best secara digital, Pejabat Kebajikan Masyarakat Bahagian Sri Aman telah membangunkan aplikasi MyWBest. Aplikasi ini telah menjuarai mini convention kumpulan inovatif dan kreatif KIK peringkat KPWK dan tempat ketiga KIK peringkat Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat Malaysia. Program Latihan Kemahiran dan Kerjaya bagi Anak-anak Klien PLKK. Pada tahun 2022, kerajaan melalui JKMS telah membiayai latihan kemahiran dan kerjaya bagi 24 orang anak-anak penerima bantuan bulanan kebajikan JKM, ahli isi rumah, bekas pelatih dan penghuni institusi kebajikan dalam kursus welding 3G dan 6G serta wireman grade 2. Melalui program ini, peserta dijanjikan pekerjaan di tempat mereka mendapat latihan. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, I Sarawak Care, one click at your service. In our efforts towards digital transformation, our ministry in collaboration with Sarawak Multimedia Authority SMA, State Services Modernisation Unit SSMU, and Soko Sendirian Berhad as system developer of I Sarawak Care have successfully designed and developed a digital platform which facilitate access to and the management of benefits, incentives, welfare assistance and social services. I Sarawak Care project. I am pleased to inform this august House that I, Sarawak Care, has won the London Design Awards 2022 under the category of Digital Government Services. Submitted in July 2022, the data design has gone 3 rigorous jury exercises. Among the past winners of London Design Awards are IBM, Sony Pictures, Sydney Government Department of Justice, Vodafone, and Spotify. The award ceremony will be held in London on the 6th of December 2022. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, the 15th general election has just concluded. 10th Prime Minister is already appointed and a unity government is formed, pursuant to a decree from His Majesty, the Yang di-Pertuan Agong. The wisdom of His Majesty to call for a unity government is greatly applauded to avoid any political turmoil in the country, very much in line with the 5 tenets of our Rukun Negara that are belief in God, loyalty to God and country, supremacy of the Constitution, the rule of law, and courtesy and morality. On 24th of November 2022, Yang Berhormat Anthony Lok Siu Fu, the National DAP Secretary General, had made a public apology to our Yang Amat Berhormat Premier, the GPS government, and the people of Sarawak for any statement by their party leadership that has offended us. The same was subsequently done by Yang Berhormat Lim Kuan Eng, the DAP National Chairman. Despite the broken promises, disappointments, heartaches, and pain incurred during the PH tenure as the government of the day then, the GPS leadership has showed maturity by humbly accepting their apologies for a new chapter in our relationship for the sake of the country's stability, development, and progress. Demi negara yang tercinta, GPS curah bakti penuh setia. Demi raja yang disanjung tinggi, kesetiaan tak berbelah bagi. GPS maturity is exemplary, putting country first before self. We want to move on, improve Malaysia's economic growth, united in diversity, and attain higher social well-being in Malaysia, for her to be a great nation again in the eyes of the rakyat and the world. Thus, we humbly call upon Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim, our 10th Prime Minister, to uphold inclusivity in his development and economic policies. All this while, GPS has been advocating the slogan, Sarawak First, not because we are parochial, but indeed, we have been left behind for too long, despite the rights and privileges enshrined in the Malaysia Agreement 1963. Let us together learn a lesson from the just concluded PRU 15. At all costs, the rakyat must avoid racial and religious hatred. We must nurture solidarity and social harmony right from the very age of play school and preschool to inculcate the values of respect and understanding. Our ministry has done a fair bit on this. Since 2020, our ministry conducted 55 runs of the Community Solidarity Dialogues, Randau Solidarity Community, involving 23,325 participants. In 2023, the ministry will continue and extend the implementation of the RSK, Randau Solidarity Community, to all 45 districts to commemorate the 60th independence of Sarawak in Malaysia. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, sebagai penutup saya ingin merakamkan Ucapan tahniah kepada Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker kerana telah mengendalikan persidangan kali ini dengan jayanya. Setinggi-tinggi penghargaan dan terima kasih juga diucapkan kepada semua rakan strategik yang telah berkolaborasi dan membantu dalam usaha melaksanakan inisiatif, program dan aktiviti kementerian bagi memastikan kesejahteraan untuk semua rakyat Sarawak. Marilah kita sehati dan sejiwa dalam merealisasikannya, sepakat membawa berkat, seikat bagai sirih, serumpun bagai serai, bulat air kerana pembentung, bulat manusia kerana muafakat. Kepada semua yang berada dalam Dewan ini dan semua rakyat Sarawak amnya, saya mengucapkan selamat menyambut Hari Christmas dan selamat Tahun Baru. Semoga kita dipanjangkan usia, dikurniakan kesihatan, diberi iltizam dan kekuatan baharu untuk menabur dan menebarkan kasih sayang dan memperkukuhkan semangat perpaduan. Biarlah biduk lalu dan kiambang tetap bertaut dan sama-sama membuang yang keruh dan mengambil yang jernih. Marilah kita sepakat dan bersatu tekad untuk meneruskan pelaksanaan agenda pembangunan bagi membina masyarakat yang inklusif, yang kukuh solidaritinya, lestari kesejahteraannya, mapan kemakmurannya dan berdigniti kewujudannya demi Sarawak dan Malaysia yang kita cintai. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ahli yang berhormat, we have a short break. Sitting resumes at 5:45 p.m. Ahli-ahli yang berhormat, understanding Order 9, I determine today's sitting goes beyond 6:30 p.m. Dengan hormatnya, saya menjemput Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Profesor Dr. Sim Kue Hian, Timbalan Premier Sarawak, Menteri Kesihatan Awam, Perumahan dan Ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri N14 Batu Kawah untuk menyampaikan ucapan penggulungan.
Thank you very much, Tang Sri Speaker. Tang Sri Speaker, first and foremost, I wish to congratulate Yang Amat Berhormat Premier of Sarawak for tabling the 2023 State Budget with the theme Sarawak First towards an inclusive, prosperous and harmonious society. This 2023 State Budget is formulated to achieve a competitive, equitable and resilient economy, a smart society underpinned by digital technologies, knowledge and innovations, a harmonious and caring society, and fiscal sustainability for our future generations. I would like to thank Yang Amat Berhormat Premier Sarawak for also allocating funds to all agencies under my ministry for various infrastructures and community services projects, and to Housing Development Corporation HDC for the construction of affordable housing. I also like to congratulate Yang Amat Berhormat Dato' Patinggi Tan Sri Dr. Abang Haji Abdul Rahman Johari bin Tun Abang Haji Openg, Premier of Sarawak, for leading the GPS and all the newly elected MP from Sarawak for an astounding victory in the just concluded 15th general elections, which was held on the 19th November 2022. I also like to record my appreciation to all ahli-ahli Yang Berhormat who during the course of their debates either have commented or raised matters related to my ministry as well as agencies and departments under my purviews or watching brief. I will now proceed with my winding up speech, and I will attempt to respond to issues raised by ahli-ahli Yang Berhormat. Ministry of Public Health, Housing and Local Government. Thanks, Speaker, there are 28 agencies under my charge, namely Department of Irrigation and Drainage Sarawak, Sewerage Service Department Sarawak, Housing Development Corporation, Borneo Development Corporation, and 24 local authorities including MBKS. In addition to these state departments and agencies, 2 federal departments are under my watching brief. They are Sarawak State Health Department and Fire and Rescue Department Malaysia Sarawak. We pledge to do our best and are committed to continuously enhance our service delivery in order to improve the quality of life of the rakyat. Development projects and programs under local authorities. Thanks, Speaker. For the information of ahli-ahli Yang Berhormat, in 2022, my ministry was allocated 131.25 million ringgit under the state funding for the implementations of various projects by 24 local authorities. As of 3rd November 2022, 61.71 million ringgit, 47% has been disbursed for 218 infrastructure projects such as roads, drainage improvements, improvements of waterfronts, upgrading of markets, provisions of street lightings, traffic lights, public toilets, public libraries, towns and landscape beautifications, and also rural facilities and amenities. All the projects are at various stages of implementation by the various local authorities. Rural Transformation Projects, RTP, is one of the imperative Sarawak government initiatives in developing the rural areas by building public facilities and infrastructure of the rural community. Under this initiative, local authorities under my ministry was allocated 97.5 million ringgit in 2021, comprising of 716 projects, and 123.4 million ringgit in 2022, consisting of 830 projects. To date, 572 and 102 projects were completed in 2021 and 2022 respectively. The balance of 144 and 728 projects for 2021 and 2022 are in various stages of implementation by various local authorities. Since 2018, 314 projects have been approved under Project Rakyat, from Sarawak government with a total allocation of 1.81 billion ringgit for my ministry. In 2022, there are 14 projects approved with total value of 224.6 million ringgit. These projects are implemented by various agencies, including the local authorities. To date, 188 projects have been completed, whereas 126 are at various stages of implementation. Road infrastructure is a very important public asset. A regular program of road maintenance is required to keep the existing road in optimal conditions. This year, a total of 305.2 million ringgit has been approved under the Malaysian Road Record Information System, MARIS, to maintain state roads, including road furnitures, road shoulders, roadside drains, etc., in the local authority areas. As of 31st October 2022, 241.8 million has been disbursed. In addition to this, Federal Ministry of Housing and Local Government (KPKT) has allocated 32.7 million ringgit in 2022 for the 26 local authorities in Sarawak to implement 238 minor public amenities, public facilities, and infrastructure projects. Strata Management Ordinance 2019 Cap 76. Strata Management Ordinance 2019 Cap 76, in short SMO 2019, was put in force on 1st of March 2022. It is hoped that with the enforcement of this ordinance and its regulations on the management and maintenance of strata buildings in Sarawak, it will assist the management bodies and management committees to ensure that strata buildings are always in the constant state of good maintenance. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat, in order to give more understandings and as awareness on the enforcement of SMO 2019, my ministry has jointly organized a series of seminars with Sarawak Housing and Real Estate Developer Association, SHIDA, in Miri, Bintulu, Sibu, and Kuching, and with the title of Your Essential Guides to Strata Management and Maintenance in Sarawak. The participants of these seminars are from the developers, lawyers, financiers, management corporations, and strata communities. To date, 65,017 units of 529 projects of strata developments in Sarawak, with 230 developments are already having management body or management corporation established, while the others are still in progress. With the enforcement of this SMO 2019, the developers are advised to form the joint management body or management corporation latest by 28 February next year. Community programs. Thanks, Speaker. Over the last 2.5 years, my ministry, through 23 local authorities, has been continuously engaging with the community in the community program by adopting the new norms to bring the messages across without physical contact. In 2020, my ministry has approved 115 community programs with disbursed allocations of 1.3 million ringgit for 23 local authorities. In 2021, my ministry has approved 121 programs with a disbursed allocation of 1.09 million ringgit. For this year, my ministry has allocated 2 million for this program. To date, we have approved 69 programs with total disbursements of 575,899 ringgit. Bantuan Khas Sarawak Ku Sayang BKSS. Sarawak government has introduced BKSS in order to help and reduce the burden of rakyat due to COVID-19 pandemic. Under my ministry, since 2020, a few initiatives has been introduced under my ministry. For example, discount on assessment rate, waivers of licenses, permit fees for markets, hawkers, night markets and bazaars, hotels, 50% discount on rental of markets and hawker store belonging to the local authorities, and special assistance to petty traders and hawkers. This initiative under my ministry cost the Sarawak government 720.42 million ringgit in revenues. Issues raised by Ali Yang Berhormat, traffic study. Thanks, Speaker. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat for Kota Sentosa, MPP will carry out a comprehensive traffic study for Kota Sentosa area next year. Upgrading of Jalan Ulu Sebetan and Jalan Mudan Kos Ibus, Nangga Ibus. Thanks, Speaker. for the information of Ali Yang Berhormat for Kliang, Sarawak District Council will bid for funding for 270,000 under BP1 project in 2023 for the proposed upgrading of Jalan Ulu Sempetang. As for Jalan Mudang Kos Ibu Nangga Ibu, 100,000 ringgit is approved this year under RTP for the upgrading work. This work is scheduled to complete in January 2023. Sungai Rejang Waterfront. For the information of Yang Berhormat for report, the upgrading of the waterfront for Serikei waterfront at riverside of Rejang River has been approved under RMK tour with a scheme value of 20 million ringgit. 500,000 ringgit was approved for 2023 for pre-contract preparation such as appointment of consultants, site investigation, designs, EIA, and other associated preparatory work. Once the pre-contract is finalized, Serikei District Council will request for additional funding through midterm review for the implementation of the upgrading work. Business places for you. Tang Sri Speaker, for the information of Ali Yang Berhormat for Kalaka, SCDC has developed and shall hand over to Sarawak District Council 2-story building near the existing Tamu Market. This building shall be rented to hawkers and traders. In addition, there is also one creative industry hub for hawkers and traders to start their business. This will improve the socio-economic status of the local, including the youth. Drainage system in Balingiang. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat for Balingiang, Muka and Dalat District Council will collaborate with DID and JKR to study the drainage system at Penakuk Ulu, Kampung Jebungan, Penakuk Baja, Kampung Litong, Kampung Bunut, Kampung Lintang Balingiang, Kampung Tutus Hilir, and Kampung Seberang Muka. Lingga Waterfront. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat for Lingga, LCDA will submit the proposal for Lingga Waterfront Fasa 2 with a cost of 20 million ringgit under midterm review for approval. The project components are Menara Tinjau and river walk, car park, children playgrounds, fountains, pedestrian bridge, the Rubok sculpture platform, community activity center, pontoon jetty, and resource center. Maintenance of roads and drains in Lingga. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat for Lingga, Sri Aman District Council will continuously apply for funding to maintain and improve roads and drains under its jurisdiction. Parking spaces at Pekan Lachau. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat for Bukit Bergunan, Sri Aman District Council will liaise with Land and Survey Department for the space or land available to construct the proposed car park and to seek for necessary funding. Pekan Macan Waterfront. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat for Macan, the consultant for the waterfront Pekan Macan shall be appointed by the end of this year. Proposed sport complex and new market in Pusat. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat for Betimaro, the proposed Pusat Sport Complex and proposed new Pusat Market funded by Betong Divisional Development Agency are in the planning stage. Both projects shall be implemented by Betong District Council. Housing. Thanks, speakers. I will now deliberate on housing. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat, housing is under a concurrent list with the funding from federal government and Sarawak government. Apart from the Housing Development Corporation HDC under my ministry, affordable housing in Sarawak is also implemented by other Sarawak ministries and agencies such as Land and Survey Sarawak, LCDA, BDA, and private developers such as Putra, Spectra Light, Spectra Media, and Sri Petang program as part of the requirement under SPA for the overall housing development approval. HDC website is the best one-stop center for all the information. Sarawak government-funded projects. Under RNK 12, HDC has been allocated a ceiling of 398 million for the implementation of 31 physical projects consisting of site formation works, infrastructure works, and building works for 1,568 units of affordable housing and Rumah Spectra Permata RSP, and a 3 non-physical project, namely issuing a strata title for HDC flats, grants for Mutiara Mortgage and Credit Sdn Bhd, and survey on housing needs and demands in Sarawak. To that, 4 physical projects has been completed. There are Darul Hana housing project under Block 1A and 2A involving 504 units of affordable housing, SBK in Lingga, Ingang, Tian involving 52 units of RSP. 5 projects are currently ongoing involving the construction of 188 units of affordable housing and 192 units of RSP in Kuching, Miri, Limbang, Berkenu and Betong. Project Rakyat. There are 9 Project Rakyat to be implemented involving an allocation of 271 million ringgit. Out of these, 2 projects are ongoing, namely the upgrading of the infrastructure work for RSP, SBK Ingang, RSP, SBK Tiang Matu. The remaining 7 projects are under various stages of implementation involving 421 units of RSP within SBK in Kuching, Kota Samarahan, Betong, Muka, and Limbang. Federal government funded projects. Currently, there is only 1 ongoing federal funded project, namely PPR Seduan in Cebu, which involved the construction of 461 single-story terrace houses. The project is scheduled to complete in August 2023. My ministry will apply for more funding from the federal government to provide affordable housing for B40 group. Sarawak Rental Assistance Scheme. Tansi Speaker, Sarawak Rental Assistance Scheme, SARAS, was introduced in 2021 to assist low-income group and to mitigate urban poverty by reducing the cost of living in major towns such as Kuching, Cebu, Bintulu, and Miri. Under these schemes, eligible applicants from low-income group having a monthly household income of 3,500 and below will receive a monthly rental assistance of 200 ringgit for a maximum of 36 months. An allocation of 48 million has been approved under this initiative, which will benefit about 20,000 eligible households. To date, Sarah's Selection Committee has approved 1,335 applicants, and please, for those living in Kuching, Cebu, Bintulu, and Miri, please apply because we are preparing for 20,000 people. Housing deposit and repayment assistance schemes. To overcome and spur the housing and real estate activities, Sarawak government in 2021 has introduced Housing Deposit Assistance Scheme, HDAS initiative. This initiative provides cash assistance to the eligible applicants by giving a grant amounting to 10% of the purchase price up to maximum of 10,000 ringgit. This house upfront deposit payment is for home ownership under the approved housing schemes sanctioned by Sarawak government, including the private developers. For October 2022, this scheme has been enhanced and renamed as Housing Deposit and Repayment Assistance Scheme Extras. Under the enhancement, any home buyer that was approved with 100% loan financing from other private financial institutions is also eligible for monthly repayment assistance of 200 ringgit per month up to 48 months. An allocation of 40 million has been allocated to Mutiara Mortgage and Credit, a fully owned subsidiary of HDC, for this initiative. This will benefit about 4,000 home buyers. To date, Mutiara has received 575 applicants, of which 415 applicants have been approved, amounting to 3.6 million ringgit. Again, we will urge everyone to apply for this because we want to have as many home buyers to own a home as early as possible. Long House Loan Schemes. Thanks, Speaker, the Long House Loan Scheme in Sarawak has been introduced in 1978. I would like to inform the August House that a total number of 974 long houses comprising of 21,483 doors have benefited from these schemes. This involves a total funding of 335.19 million ringgit from both the federal government and Sarawak government. Since 2020, HDC received an approval of 50 million ringgit every year from Sarawak government and 10 million ringgit from federal government between 2020 to 2022 for this scheme. As at November 2022, a total of 142 million ringgit has been disbursed, benefiting 218 long houses consisting of 4,747 doors. Currently, there are 297 longhouses consisting of 5,865 doors in the waiting list. Mutiara Mortgage and Credit Sdn Bhd. To address the end financing problem affecting low-income group B40, the middle-income group M40 home buyers, the Sarawak government through Mutiara has approved 1,337 applications involving financial allocation of 80 million. To date, out of these approved applications, a total of 48 million ringgit has been disbursed to 976 house buyers at a no interest rate of 1%. The rest are absorbed by Sarawak government. In addition to the above, Mutiara also provide assistance to the B40 and M40 income groups to build their own house on their land through RSM program. Under this program, priority is given to Land and Survey Department lot holders with temporary occupation license (TOL) in SPK or SBS throughout Sarawak. The cost of building the house will be financed by Mutiara based on the construction cost value as stated in construction agreement signed between the landowner and the contractors. Housing voucher scheme. Thanks, Speaker. Issues relating to housing affordability are closely linked to economic and social factors. Rising urban migrations, increasing house prices, and high cost of living, the younger working households struggle to own houses in urban areas. In line with PCDS 2030, Sarawak government has approved an allocation of 1 million for a feasibility study on housing voucher schemes. The feasibility study is expected to take about a year to complete and will start next year. Issue raised by Ali Young Mohammed. Thanks, Speaker. Affordable housing. Several Ali Young Mohammed during the debate have raised issues on provisions of affordable housing. I will attempt to respond to all the issues that were raised. For the information of Ali Young Mohammed for Kota Sentosa and Krian, the development of any affordable housing is subject to availability of HDC land in the area. For the information of Ali Young Mohammed for Kota Sentosa, local plus housing such as Putra, Spectra Light, Spectra Medium, Sri Pertiwi are government sanctioned affordable housing scheme by the private sectors. For the information of Ali Young Mohammed for Tupong, HDC plans to implement 496 units of 4-story apartment on Lot 945, Block 6, Matang Land District under joint ventures development. Engineering plan and building plan have been submitted for approval. For the information of Ali Young Mohammed for Kalakat, HDC owns a suitable land for the development of affordable housing at Lot 3787 and Lot 302, Block 12, Awi Krian Land District, Saratok, covering an area of 13.8 acres. HDC plans to implement this affordable housing project through joint venture developments. Rumah Spectra Permata. The provisions of Rumah Spectra Permata RSP at SPK and SBS also been raised by Ali Young Mohammed during the course of debate. Now I will address those issues. For information on Ali Young Mohammed for Kabong, HDC will implement 50 units of RSP at SPK Hulu, Kabong under Project Raya. The tender for building work is scheduled for second quarter of 2023. For the information on Ali Young Mohammed for Teliang and Meradong, HDC has planned to construct 30 unit RSP at SPK Teliang Tengah Pasar 1 and 55 units of RSP at SPK Malaysia Bintango. Funding application for this project will be submitted under RNK 12 midterm review. For the information on Ali Young Mohammed for Balingian, the tender for construction of 22 units of RSP at SPK Balingian Baru is scheduled to be called in December 2022. For the information on Ali Young Mohammed Beting Maro, the status of Phase 1 redevelopment of RPF Pusat involving 30 units of RSP is in the process of preparing for a new subdivision plan for approval. For the information on Ali Young Mohammed for Lingga, the construction of 10 units of RSP in SPK Lingga was completed in September 2022. Under RNK 12, HDC will build another 20 units of RSP at SPK Maludan in Lingga constituency. For the information of Ali Yang Muhammad for Tanjung Datuk, HDC is in the process of handing over the house to remaining eligible applicants or RSP in SPK Lunduk and RSP in SPK Sematang. The low level of house occupancy at the moment is because the participants are unable to meet the long requirement of Mutiara. To overcome this, HDC will introduce a new scheme in a form of rent to purchase to facilitate those who are not eligible under the current loans criteria to own a house. Long House Loan Scheme. For the information of Ali Yang Muhammad for Kriang and Inkilili, from 2018 until to date, the Long House Selection Committee has approved a loan of 2.34 million for 5 long houses consisting of 82 doors in Kriang and 3.39 million for 6 long houses consisting of 113 doors in Inkilili. Currently, 11 long houses comprising of 167 doors for Kriang constituency and 10 long houses comprising 149 doors for Inkilili constituency are in waiting list. For the information, Ali Yang Muhammad for Bukit Semujak, currently there is no plan to increase a long house loan scheme from 30,000 ringgit to 50,000 ringgit per door. The current 30,000 ringgit per door, as announced by YAB Premier in his budget speech on 21st November 2022, will remain. This is to allow more long houses to enjoy the benefits under this program. Borneo Summerlin Garden. For the information of Ali Yang Muhammad for Padungan, Sarawak government always concerned about the right and interest of house purchases affected by this private housing project. With regard to the appeal from the purchasers of government to negotiate with Lembaga Pembayaran Perumahan Sektor Awang LPPSA and the Borneo Mortgage Financial Berhad on their loan payment, I would like to inform this August House that this issue has been settled a few months back. My ministry has organized a special meeting with the 2 financial institutions on 14th of June 2022, co-chaired by our Deputy Minister in charge of Housing and Ali Yang Muhammad for Derma Laut. Subsequent to the meeting, both financial institutions had agreed to offer 3 options to the respective loanees. The first option is a long moratorium for a period of 6 to 12 months. The moratorium application will be closed on 31st December 2022. The second option is a long restructuring for a maximum period of 2 years or until the completion of the housing project. The third option offered by LPPSA is to cancel the loan. The details of all these options are available to all the affected house buyers from their respective financial institutions. With regard to the issue of getting other contractors to complete the housing project, I would like to convey here that Centauria Borneo Land Sdn Bhd, the private developer of this housing project, had appointed a new main contractor to complete the phase 5 of the project. According to the developer, with this new arrangement, the phase 5 of the project is targeted to complete by end of September 2023. For the information of this August House, the latest facilitation, let me finish this paragraph. Latest facilitation that has been rendered by my ministry to these private housing developers, Borneo Summerlin Garden, is to ensure that the application for replanning of the said project will be given due consideration and approval from the State Planning Authority. The site relocation will result in transferring 275 units of Rumah Spectra Medium 2 at Block 5 to Block 18C, helping the developer a substantial infrastructure cost reduction, improving the cash flow. My ministry has managed to secure the undertaking from these private housing developers that the relocation site will not affect the house purchasers' right for the LAD for the late delivery of their houses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Minister, on the reply. 2 points. Number 1, in respect of the phase 5, it is almost 95% completed. By the answer given, the private developer will only complete by September 2023. That is another 10 months to go. I believe such a long period is not justifiable, and that it should be a lot shorter. That's number one. Number two, on the moratorium that was mentioned, moratorium on the repayment of the loan that was mentioned by the Honourable Minister, to my understanding, even during the moratorium, interest continue to be charged on the loan. That is unfair to the house purchaser, because that will, at the end of the day, lengthen the period of repayment for the loan. And number two, the moratorium will be only effective up to December, end of December 2022, while the private developer is allowed to continue for another 9 months to complete the houses. Therefore, after the moratorium, the purchaser will still be burdened with having to pay the loan repayment while having no house to stay. I believe the state government can do much better than what has been proposed by the minister.
Thank you very much. The early from Bandungan, we will take note of that. I mean, this project, right? I mean, the Premier himself chaired the meeting. I mean, he seriously bring the SAG and bring everybody involved. And we will take note of your comments, and we will try to see what else we can do. Because the Premier has looking at, because there are a lot of civil government servants, even in my ministry, actually purchase a property, not as if we don't try to help. You know, and in fact, the bank was so tough. I mean, they actually want us to take over the whole loans and using our taxpayers' money. Tribunal for Housing Purchaser Claims. Thank you, Speaker. The total number of cases settled for the last 3 years is 325. 45 cases in 2019, 110 cases in 2020, 97 cases in 2021, and 73 cases up to October 2022. The total value of the award is 4.8 million ringgit. I also like to report to this August House that the first case on the lawsuit taken by the Tribunal for violations of an offence under Section 53(1) Housing Development Control and Licensing Ordinance 2013, namely failing to comply with the award issued by Tribunal for Housing Purchasers Claims within 45 days from the date of the award, was successful. The second case is expected to be prosecuted next year. Tribunal will continue to investigate and open up more investigation papers for the purpose of prosecuting any developers who fail to comply with the award issued by the Tribunal. These legal actions will serve as a reminder to the housing developers not to take lightly the award issued by the Tribunal for Housing Purchasers Claims. Department of Irrigation and Drainage, Sarawak. Thank you, Speaker. DID is a Sarawak government agency. However, the development projects are funded by both federal and Sarawak government under the concurrent list. State-funded projects, urban drainage and flood mitigation programs. For the information of Ali Young Mama in this August House, in our effort to alleviate flooding problems, Sarawak government has allocated 14.7 million in 2022 for the implementation of numerous urban drainage and flood mitigation projects. Urban drainage. There are 3 urban drainage improvement projects and 1 hydrographic survey works. The drainage improvement works at Kampung Jeria Sibu Fasa 2 was completed in August this year. 2 other approved drainage improvement works, which are in Kubong, Limbang, and Fasa 1 Taman Desa, Imu, Kota Sarahan, are currently in the design stage. Flood mitigation. There are 5 flood mitigation projects, namely Rancangan Terbentang Banjir, RTB Sibu Fasa 4, RTB Mintulu Fasa 2, RTB Miri Fasa 2, RTB Sungai Semarang, and then drainage improvements work at Jalan Datuk Ahmad Kalong Ningkang and Jalan Datuk Tawi Seli, all of which are under detailed design. Project Rakyat. In 2022, 34.6 million was allocated to the department under Project Rakyat for the implementations of 56 projects. Out of these, 21 projects has been completed and the balance of 35 projects under the various stages of implementation. Rural Transformation Projects, RTP. Under the RTP for 2022, the department has been allocated with 92.5 million ringgit for the implementation of 541 RTP projects in various divisions. These projects are currently under various stages of implementation. Sarawak Government Alternative Funding Initiative. Tang Sri Speaker, Sri Aman Development Authority, SADA. For the information of Ali Yang Muhammad, the Sarawak Government has allocated 286.85 million ringgit for the 18 flood mitigation and drainage improvement projects in Sri Aman Division under SADA. All the 18 projects are in various stages of implementation, 4 of which are expected to be tendered and to physically commence next year. Integrated Regional Samarahan Development Agency, ISDA. ISDA was formed to focus on the development of infrastructure, human talents, and smart agriculture in Samarahan Division. I am happy to inform this August House that Yang Amat Mohamad, Premier of Sarawak, has approved a ceiling of 24 million ringgit for the department to implement 4 projects under the scope of flood mitigation, drainage improvements, and master plan study in the area. As of October 2022, all the projects are in various stages of implementation. Federal funded projects, hydrology and water resources. Tang Sri Speaker, for a suitable water resource planning in Sarawak, the department is continuing to expand the hydrological network to carry out water balance study and to establish flood forecasting and warning system. Under the National Hydrological Network Program, the department will set out 12 new hydrological stations and upgrade 76 existing hydrological stations throughout Sarawak at the cost of 9.1 million ringgit. The project is currently ongoing and scheduled to complete next month. The federal government, through the department, has also approved the installation of flood forecasting and warning system at Sungai Sarawak and Petang region with a total project cost of 34.2 million ringgit. It is currently under the detailed design and a tender is expected to be called by DID headquarters in Kuala Lumpur by the first quarter of 2023. Flood mitigations. For the information of Ali Yang Muhammad, federal government has allocated 11.5 million ringgit in 2022 for 5 flood mitigation projects. Out of these 5 projects, 2 are currently under the design stage and 1 at the tender stage. The other 2 projects are currently under the construction stage. There are RTB Sibu Fasa 3, which is scheduled to complete by February 2023, RTB Sungai Setakan Kuching, scheduled to complete by April 2024. The PLSB Sungai Sarawak, with a cost of 150 million ringgit, is currently in the detailed design stage and is scheduled to call tender by the DID headquarters in Kuala Lumpur by the first quarter of 2023. Issue raised by Ali Yang Muhammad, flash flood. For the information of Ali Yang Muhammad for Kotak Sentosa, low-lying platform levels at Taman Happy Valley contribute to a flash flood issue during the heavy rainfalls. The department had carried out a drainage improvement works with a floodgate in 2012. The improvement work diverts the flow from Taman Happy Valley directly into the trunk drain along the Jalan Tung Juga. Since then, there is a significant reduction of flash flood incidents. The department has further proposed to improve and upgrade the existing drainage system with the installation of submersible pump to further alleviate the flash flood incidents and estimate cost of 2 million ringgit. The department is bidding for this development fund. For the information on Yang Muhammad for Tudong, the scheme value for cadangan kerja hidrografi Batang Region dan Batang Ingan dari muara sungai sehingga ke Padang Kapit dan Pelagus is 10 million ringgit. Under RNK 12, the Sarawak government has approved a ceiling of 2.8 million for the first phase to cover 54.5 km length of the hydrographic survey works, which is currently ongoing. The department will continue to request for the remaining fund under RNK 12 midterm review to continue with this project. Proposed project, Rancangan Terbitan Banjir. For the information on Ali Yang Berhad for Tupong, the department has completed 2 projects in Taman Muni and Kampong Gitat in 2013 and 2019 respectively for flood alleviation in this area. A total solution to the flood problem in this area is complicated due to low platform level or some existing built-up areas, the loss of flood storage due to filling of low-lying areas for development, and the lack of space to increase capacity of rivers or detention or retention ponds. The department has submitted a proposal for the rancangan Tebatang Banjir di kawasan Taman Sejoli, Sungai Laru, with proposed costing 20 million ringgit under RNK 12. However, it was not approved. The department will continue to include this proposal in the RNK 12 midterm review. Flooding at Lawas Town. For information on Ali Yang Berhad for Bekalalan, Lawas Town, including the airport, was flooded early this month. The department is undertaking the PISMA study for Lawas. This was completed by end of this year. The recommendation for the study shall form the basis to bid for development fund under RNK 12 Rolling Plan 4. Sentosa Flood Mitigation and RTB Sibu Fasa 4. For the information on Ali Yang Berhad for Bukit Asek, projek Menaik Tara dan Peparitan di kawasan Bukit Lima Nature Reserve and Kampung Usajaya Sentosa Sibu, with a project ceiling of 25 million ringgit, is currently in the design stage and it is scheduled for tender by next month. As for RTB Sibu Fasa 4, it is now under design stage. Senior One Waterfront. For the information of Ali Yang Berhad for Serembu, this project commenced in October 2020 with original completion date of 4th of April 2022. However, there was a delay due to shortage of manpower arising from COVID-19 restriction. The revised completion date is on 3rd August 2022. As 15th November 2022, the actual progress project is 56% against the scheduled progress of 100%. The new expected completion date is in the 3rd quarter 2023. The contractor has delivered all the necessary construction materials on site. The department has initiated several intervention meetings to address this problem and is now monitoring the progress fortnightly. The contractor has subsequently increased their manpower in accordance with the proposed catch-up plan. Flooding at Kampong Muhibah. For the information on Ali Yang Berhad for Machang, drainage improvement works at Kampong Muhibah Kanawit is currently in the design stage and is scheduled for tendering in the 1st quarter of 2023. Meanwhile, Kanawit District Council is carrying out routine drainage maintenance on a monthly basis. Sewerage Service Department. Urban Sewerage. Thank you, Speaker. SSD is another one of our agencies which is implementing projects funded by both the Sarawak government and the federal government under the concurrent list. I will now update the various sewerage projects in Sarawak which are undertaken by the department. Central Sewerage System. Thank you, Speaker. The implementation of Phase 1 of the Miri Centralized Sewerage System, which is with a scheme value of 428 million ringgit, has commenced on 30th March 2017. The work is divided into 2 packages. Package A involving the installation of public sewage network and property connections. Package B involves the construction of a centralized sewage treatment plant with a 50,000 population equivalence sewage treatment process module. Package B has been fully completed in November 2020. However, the completion of Package A is delayed due to severe unfavorable underground soil conditions encountered at a depth of about 15 meters for a stretch of about 50 meters of the trunk sewerage near the Sungai Miri crossing at Tudan area. The department is now implementing a temporary solution so that a Miri centralized sewerage system Phase 1 can be commissioned immediately. The department targets to complete the temporary system and to commence the property connections within the next 3 months. This year, the federal government has also approved and allocated funds to commence Miri centralized sewerage system Phase 2 with a scheme value of 450 million ringgit. This Phase 2 will further increase the coverage of centralized sewerage system in Miri. The department is now in the process of procuring the necessary consultancy services for the survey and design works. Physical work is scheduled to commence by third quarter of 2024. Cochin Centralized Sewerage System Package 2, costing 750 million ringgit, has commenced on the 15th September 2017. It covers Kampong Gitak, part of Jalan Matan, Jalan Tung Abdul Rahman Yaakob, and Padungan area. The scheduled completion date is 22nd January 2024. To date, the project has achieved 66% completion. This is a delay of 18% due to a general shortage of manpower, exceptionally hard underground rock layers. The department and the contractors are monitoring the progress closely. The contractor is now implementing catch-up plan to progressively reduce the delay so that the project can be completed as scheduled by the first quarter of 2024. Cochin Centralized Sewerage System Package 3 is another federal government-funded project which has an approved scheme value of 382 million ringgit. The value assessment lab conducted by the Federal Economic Planning Unit for this project has been completed in September 2022. The project is now in the final stage of procurement process. Physical works is expected to commence by first quarter of 2023. Issue raised by Ali Yang Muhammad, sewerage system at BRS Sungai Asak. For the information of Ali Yang Muhammad from Murung, the department together with Kapit District Council will carry out a study to resolve the problem of the septic tanks in BRS Sungai Asak. Sarawak State Health Department, Health Services. Thanks to Speaker, I will now proceed to update on the health services provided by Sarawak State Health Department, one of the federal departments under my watching brief. As on 19 November 2022, Sarawak State Health Department has received 2.4 billion ringgit of operating funds and 382.1 million ringgit of development funds from the Ministry of Health Malaysia to be used for operational expenses, human capital developments, minor upgradings, as well as repair of health facilities, hospital, and clinic support services, as well as medical equipment procurement. As of 21st November 2022, there are 26,027 government healthcare personnel, including 3,383 on contract basis, serving in Sarawak against 27,125 approved posts. Development projects. As of 25th November 2022, the overall physical progress of Putrajaya Hospital is 50.2% and is now scheduled to complete in November 2024. As at 25th November 2022, the physical progress of the construction of an additional block in Miri Hospital is 38.5% and is now scheduled to complete in April 2024. For the new Lawas Hospital, as at 25th November 2022, the physical progress is at 21.97% and is now scheduled to complete in December 2024. Nanga Kemali Health Clinic Serike was physically completed. Currently, JKR Sarawak is carrying out the rectification work as recommended by Fire and Rescue Department Malaysia Sarawak. Bandar Raya Miri Health Clinic Type 2 is expected to complete by end of this year and is currently under the testing and commissioning process. As of 25th November 2022, the physical progress is 99.55%. Siaran Health Clinic Type 3 is expected to complete in March 2023. As of 25th November 2022, the physical progress is 89.6%. Sri Aman Hospital. The new Sri Aman Hospital was completed on 19 May 2022 and handed over to KKN on 15 July 2022. The hospital started its operation on 1st September 2022. It has successfully performed the first laparoscopic procedures and the first laparotomy surgery on colon cancer patient. In addition, the first patient was scanned locally using the newly installed CT scan machine on 8 November 2022. Few hospitals. Sarawak government is contributing 6.1 million ringgit toward the building of a 108 beds field hospital at Sarawak General Hospital and a 100-bed field hospital at Miri Hospital. This field hospital shall be utilized to accommodate COVID-19 patients. In the future, this facility can be expanded and be utilized as infectious disease ward or daycare center. The construction has commenced early this month and expected to be complete by February 2023 for field hospital at Miri Hospital and by April 2023 for field hospital at Sarawak General Hospital. Expansion of oral health services in Sarawak. In 2022, the department has procured 4 new mobile dental clinics in the form of coastal buses to expand the coverage of oral health services in Sarawak. Delivery was completed in September 2022. The new buses are now utilized in Kuching, Bintulu, Silike, and Limbang. This brings total number of mobile dental clinics in Sarawak to 8. A procurement of 3 new vans is in progress with the expected delivery by end of this month. These vans are to be utilized by mobile dental teams in Kapit, Muka, and Betong. This will bring the total number of mobile dental teams in Sarawak to 100 from the existing 97. 2 new dental clinics, which are Klinik Pergigian J Park, Bintulu, and Klinik Pergigian Sungai Asak, Kapit, are expected to start operating daily in January 2023, bring the total number of dental clinics in Sarawak from 46 to 48. COVID-19 and COVID-19 vaccination program. We have battled COVID-19 pandemic for the last 2 years. As of 26 November 2022, a total of 320,311 COVID-19 cases and 1,775 deaths due to COVID-19 was reported in Sarawak since the first reported case on 19th of March 2020. The disease is showing a declining trend with 7,999 cases reported from August to November compared to 46,668 cases reported from January to March this year. However, the disease is showing an increasing trend in the recent 4 weeks, with 1,046 cases reported in Epic Week 47, 814 cases reported in Epic Week 46, 616 cases in Epic Week 45, and 459 cases in Epic Week 44. The intensive care utilization rate for COVID-19 cases has also shown an increasing trend for the same period, with 8.6% in Epic Week 44, 13.3% in Epic Week 45, 15.2% in Epic Week 46, and 17.9% in Epic Week 47. Despite increasing trend, the number of new cases reported and ICU utilization rate are still much lower as compared to the situation during the first half of the year. Among the factors that contribute to and help control the situation of the spread of COVID-19 infection in Sarawak is a high awareness of the importance of public health measures, as well as high acceptance of vaccine among the people of Sarawak. As of 26 November 2022, 2,430,627 people, or about 86% of Sarawak population, have been fully vaccinated with 2 doses. This comprises of 1,904,956 people aged 18 and above, 266,986 people between 12 to 17, and 258,685 aged between 5 to 11. Sarawak has administered the first booster dose to 1,584,620 people, which is 72.96% of the 2 million people aged 12 and above who have completed their 2 primary doses of COVID-19 vaccination. As of 26 November, only 51,372 Sarawakians receiving second booster dose, less than 2% of eligible population. Public is therefore strongly encouraged to take booster dose for COVID-19 vaccination, continue to practice personal hygiene, and to wear a mask, especially in crowded areas, as the virus may still continue to mutate and spread in the community. Rabies. Since 1st July 2017 until 26 November 2022, Sarawak State Health Department has received a total of 71,995 animal bite reports, of which 26,988 high-risk cases have been vaccinated. There were 54 human rabies cases recorded to date, with 13 cases reported in 2022 alone, compared with 10 cases in 2021. Out of these 54 human rabies cases, there are only 5 survivors, of which including 3 cases in 2022. Currently, there are 26 post-bite clinics with anti-rabies vaccines to curb the situation. Continuous awareness talk and brochures have been distributed to the community. Sarawak can only be declared rabies-free if we can remain free of animals and human rabies for a period of 2 years consecutively. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat, WHO has targeted the eliminating of rabies globally by end of 2030. Issue raised by Ali Yang Berhormat, health clinic and healthcare. Song Health Clinic. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat for Katibas, Song Health Clinic is a Type 4 health clinic. It is fully equipped to provide various health services including outpatient department, maternal and child care department, pharmacy, lab, imaging units, dental health, emergency department, and rehabilitation service. The clinic has 5 medical officers. 1 family medicine specialist has been stationed in Song Health Clinic since 1st August 2022. With the current comprehensive health services provided to a community in Song, coupled with the number of medical personnel, the department has no immediate plan to construct a new hospital in Song District. The capacity of a Type 4 health clinic is 150 to 300 patients a day. Currently, Song Health Clinic receives 74 to 125 patients a day. Daro Health Clinic. For the information, Ali Yang Berhormat for Daro, after completion of Phase 1, the Phase 2 of the Daro Health Clinic will approve project ceiling of 35 million ringgit under the RNK 11 involving the construction of the Type 4 health clinic is currently at the design stage. The tender will be called once the design has been finalized. Nanga Pelagus Clinic. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat for Pelagus, the department has drawn out the long-term plan to establish a Type 6 Nanga Pelagus Clinic in RNK 13. Meanwhile, health services will continue to be provided by the village health team, mainly to Pelagus community. Several repairs were completed in the Nanga Bena Health Clinic and quarters in 2016. These include adding 2 more quarters to the existing structure in 2016 to accommodate the growing number of healthcare staff at Nanga Bena Health Clinic, as well as wiring work. There was also the construction of a retaining wall at the clinic site in 2016 to prevent landslide in the future. Balingian Health Clinic. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat for Balingian, the upgrading wards for Balingian Health Clinic quarters have been completed in 2018. Sesok Health Clinic was upgraded from a community clinic in 2015. The refurbishment of the clinic was done in 2019. The department has allocated 360,000 ringgit for the repair works at Kuala Balingian Health Clinic and quarters in 2019 and 2020 respectively. Meanwhile, the department has also submitted a proposal to the Ministry of Health in September 2022 for the repair of Kampong Teh Health Clinic, Kuala Balingian Health Clinic, and Balingian Health Clinic. Balingian Health Clinic is a Type 7 health clinic which can cater up to 40 patients per day. Currently, the average attendance per day at Balingian Health Clinic is 15 patients, and the dispensing of medication can be performed by medical assistants. Sklang Health Clinic. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat for Inkilili, the construction to replace the quarters of Sklang Health Clinic affected by the Pemborneo Highway is currently ongoing. Sklang Health Clinic is a Type 7 health clinic which can cater up to 50 patients per day. Currently, the average daily attendance is 22 patients. At Betong Hospital, As Petang Hospital is 15 kilometers away from Siaran Health Clinic, the community can get treatment or inpatient care from this hospital. Tuno Skin Health Clinic. For the information of early year moment for Balai, Tuno Skin Health Clinic area is currently not covered under the grid or SARAS or solar hybrid. The department will apply again to SESCO for the connection. In the meantime, the department has provided 2 generators to ensure the clinic can operate round the clock. In 2021, 250,000 ringgit has been allocated for the various repair work for the clinic. Regarding the transportation of Tuno Skin Health Clinic, a 4x4 vehicle was stationed there in 2012. However, due to the frequent breakdowns and high maintenance cost, JKR issued a beyond included repair report for the vehicle in 2017. The department will consider placing a vehicle once a designated driver can be identified. Currently, Tuno Skin Health Clinic receive an emergency care once in every 2 to 3 months. These patients are being transported using rented vehicles bought by the department or vehicles from Kapit Divisional Health Office or by Medivac helicopters. Tebiduk Health Clinic. For the information of early young Muhammad for Tebiduk, the department will submit under RNK 12 Rolling Plan 4 to replace the existing Tebiduk Health Clinic to a Type 4 health clinic in a new location. In the meantime, several upgrades were completed in 2021, including the upgrading of the outpatient department, pharmacy units, and electrical wiring. Klokong Health Clinic. From the information of Ali Young Bomat for Serembu, Klokong Health Clinic was flooded in 2021. The department shall liaise with the Land and Survey Department to identify a suitable land for the relocation. Senior One Health Clinic. For the information of Ali Yama for Serembu, the department has already identified a new shop house to relocate existing Senior One Health Clinic. The negotiation for the terms and conditions for the rental agreement is ongoing. Belading Health Clinic and Pusat Health Clinic. For the information of Ali Yang Bomat for Betimaro, there's a proposal to construct an X-ray unit in Belading Health Clinic. This has been shortlisted for implementation in the next Malaysia plan. The existing Belading Health Clinic is a Type 5 health clinic with a maximum capacity of 150 patients a day. The current Pusat Health Clinic is a Type 4 health clinic providing outpatient, maternal and child health, pharmacy, lab, dental, emergency and rehabilitation services. This clinic is managed by 5 doctors and a dentist. Both clinics are able to meet the demand of the local population. Furthermore, the 2 hospitals within Betong Division, which are Betong Hospital and Sarawak Hospital, can further complement the medical services provided by the Belading and Pusat Health Clinic. Dialysis Center. For the information of Ali Yang Bomat for Inkilili, currently there are sufficient hemodialysis service provided by Betong Hospital, Sri Amang Hospital, Debak Health Clinic. There is no immediate need to build a new hemodialysis center in the district of Inkilili and Lubok Antu. Furthermore, HDU hemodialysis unit in Betong Hospital has been upgraded by PMB in 2021 with a cost of 500,000 ringgit, including 2 new dialysis machines costing 80,000 ringgit. Currently, there are 2 patients from Inkilili, 5 patients from Siaran area, and 4 patients from Lubok Antu who are receiving dialysis services in Betong Hospital. In addition, there's 1 patient from Lubok Antu and 1 patient from Inkilili who receive dialysis service in Sri Amang Hospital. For the information of Ali Yang Bomat for Betimaro, at the moment, there's no plan to expand hemodialysis services in Belading and Pusat Health Clinic, as the dialysis patients from Pusat are able to receive hemodialysis services at Betong Hospital. Meanwhile, patients from Belading and can receive hemodialysis service at Debak Health Clinic. For the information of Ali Yang Bomat Machan, the federal government has approved 8 million ringgit under RNK 12 Rolling Plan 1 in 2021 for the proposed Naitara Dewan Beda and Pusat Hemodialysis Hospital Kanawit project. The project is currently at pre-implementation stage. For the information of Ali Yang Bomat for Balai, the hemodialysis unit of Kapi Hospital has been operating since 2003. It is equipped with 11 dialysis machines capable of handling 66 patients. Currently, a total of 62 patients are receiving dialysis service at this center. The department has a plan to expand the hemodialysis unit under RNK tour. Dental services. For the information of Ali Yang Daro, notice of termination of contract due to the failure of the contractor appointed through the open tender within the specific time period was issued on the 8th September 2022. The tender for the appointment of the rescue contractor for the completion of the project is currently under the process by the Federal Ministry of Health. Fire and Rescue Department Malaysia Sarawak. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Now I would like to address this August House on another federal government agency under my watching brief, which is the Fire and Rescue Department Malaysia Sarawak. The fire rescue station at Lutong Miri was completed and officially began operation on the 17th October 2022. The Lutong Fire and Rescue Station is currently utilizing personnel from the Lopeng Fire and Rescue Station consisting of 9 personnel for every 12-hour shift. The Lutong Fire and Rescue Station is equipped with a fire rescue tender, a utility vehicle, and a boat. Fire Safety Awareness Program. The department is committed to implement public education and awareness program in fire safety to the community of Sarawak. The department has carried out 1,384 public awareness programs involving 181,705 participants from January to October 2022. Statistic of emergency calls. Thanks, Speaker. The department has received a total of 7,989 emergency calls from January to October 2022, comprising 1,437 calls on fire outbreaks, 6,045 rescue calls, 497 calls for special services, and 8 prank calls. The department managed to save 456 million ringgit worth of properties. Issue raised by Ali Yang Fire and Rescue Station in Kota Sentosa. For the information of Ali Yang for Batu Kitan, Kota Sentosa area, which include Kota Sentosa Town, Batu Kitan Industry Area, Kota Padawan Town, is one of the areas that have been identified for the new fire station in the future. And the fire station in Kota Sentosa is proposed through the purchase of existing buildings. The proposed building is a 2-story semi-detached light industrial building with an estimated cost of 1.18 million ringgit. Application for approval of the acquisition of this building has been submitted to the Headquarters Fire and Rescue Department Malaysia Putrajaya for consideration. Fire and Rescue Station in Kabong. For the information, Ali Yang Muhammad for Kabong. In 2018, Fire and Rescue Department of Malaysia has submitted to the Public Service Department through Federal Ministry of Housing and Local Government for the approval of new fire station category staffing specifically for Sarawak. The department will follow up with its headquarters on this proposal. Thanks, Speaker. The recently concluded GE15 very sadly showed that Malaysia is more polarized and divided than ever in the 59 years of Malaysia. The long campaign not only often was emotionally charged but peppered with the usual ugly and toxic politics of fake news, personal attacks, extremist views, gutter politics, etc. were brought over from West Malaysia again. While Sarawakian can forgive but must not forget all those local culprits who practice this toxic West Malaysian political culture in Sarawak. Thanks to the wisdom of His Majesty Yang di-Pertuan Agong and decree in the formation of a unity government, indeed a new dawn of uncharted territory for Malaysia. I would like to congratulate Yang Amat Berhormat Premier of Sarawak for taking out responsible leadership in a time of national crisis, leading to the formation of a unity government. Heartiest congratulations to Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim for his appointment as 10th Prime Minister of Malaysia, the first Prime Minister of a unity government led by Pakatan Harapan. The time for politicking is over. It's time to govern, to get the job done, to prepare for the worst of 2023 with global geopolitical hostilities, regional instabilities, economic recessions and hardship that will inevitably come to Malaysia and Sarawak. For all the young members of Parliament for Sarawak, please don't forget that you are first and foremost a Sarawakian elected by the people of Sarawak and must be for Sarawak first when you are in Kuala Lumpur. The voters in Sarawak would like to see you as loud in Malaysian Parliament as when you are in your campaign. Fulfill your election promises to the rakyat of Sarawak. Not just voters from Sarawak, but all Sarawakians are expecting the unity government and Parliament of Malaysia to be sincere and meaningful in the implementations of religious autonomy, health autonomy, education autonomy, 1/3 member of Parliament for Sabah and Sarawak, greater share of financial taxation from Sarawak under 112D, and all those outstanding issues listed under MA63 and IGC report, which finally after 59 years is now officially part of Malaysian Constitution. Jangan tengok saja, and no sorry lah. The once in a lifetime opportunity to do it for all Sarawakians and future Sarawakians by all YB and member of Parliament for Malaysia from Sarawak for Sarawak is now. To safeguard Sarawak, the last frontiers of the spirit, the values, multiculturalism, the religious and racial harmony, the inclusivity, the sharing of when 4 countries, Malaya, Singapore, Sabah and Sarawak, coming together to form a new country, Malaysia. While the West is extremely polarized and deeply divided, let's ring-fence Sarawak and remain not just shining example of what Malaysia is supposed to be, but be the beacon of hope, the model for the other part of Malaysia to aspire and replicate. In conclusion, Tang Sri Speaker, before I conclude, I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate and thank Tang Sri Speaker for all your wisdom and ensuring the proceeding in this August House were conducted with dignity and proper decorum. I also would like to thank all the other YBs who remain here despite well after the usual doom hours. I would also like to put on record my thanks and appreciation to Yang Mohamad Dato' Ahmad, State Secretary of Sarawak, and all officers from various ministries, state and federal departments, as well as government agencies for their hard work, dedications in ensuring the smooth proceeding of this August House. My special thanks also go to our friends from the media who have provided coverage throughout the sittings. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to wish all Sarawakians a very Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year 2023, and wish everyone the best of health. Sekian, terima kasih, and salam Sarawakku sayang.
Under Yang Mohamad, the sitting is now adjourned and the House shall resume its sitting at 9 a.m. tomorrow.